much of my task, much of my duty on our side of the chamber is made a lot easier for me by my distinguished sister, Senator the Honorable Dr. Mayana Charles, who went before me in what I can honestly say is a very, for the time given to us, a very comprehensive and impactful budget response. And I pay tribute to her for that. Unfortunately, Madam President, she had to depart the chamber on other business. But I associate myself totally with her contribution and the spirit of her delivery. Madam President, I want to also thank you for your indulgence as I was abroad when our sitting started. I understand that the clerk communicated to you, and you did communicate to my colleagues, that it was difficult for me to make the first sitting. So I did my utmost best to be here today. I've considered the 2025 budget as was presented by a reluctant Minister of Finance on the 7th March 2025. What I propose to do, Madam President, in the context of what I said just now, to avoid repeating emphasis in areas that both my distinguished friends, Senator Cox and Dr. Charles, Senator Dr. Charles, have ably analyzed. I wish to make a few global observations and 3 specific ones. The budget statement or budget communication, Madam President, is supposed to outline the government's fiscal plans and economic forecasts and to explain the policies and programs for economic growth and stability over the incoming fiscal period or the medium term. So that the budget is not just about presenting figures about plans of expenditure in program areas, but it is the primary document of any government in our system to communicate to the nation the developmental agenda of the government and to explain it, if not to synopsize, to summarize those policy objectives and how they are to be achieved by public expenditure. So the whole objective of the budget communication in our democratic system is that it is to inform the public to whom the obligation of dutiful service is owed, and the Parliament, so that government remains accountable to the people. In short, Madam President, this budget exercise is not just about figures and analyzing figures. It is about transparency. There must be no smoke and mirrors. The Budget 2025 is formulated within the Fiscal Resilience Act 2023. I will make brief mention of this later on, very shortly. Before the Fiscal Resilience Act, there was the Fiscal Responsibility Act, which required tight reins on government spending, government expenditure, and important threshold limitations and requirements on borrowing and prudent fiscal management. Now, many of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle and even the political divide would have attempted economic analysis of this budget. How I approach this, Madam President, is that in as much as the input in a budget is largely informed by technocrats and technical people with very special skills and knowledge in economic modeling and planning and so on, a budget must be intelligible to those who have to absorb it and understand it. And so, Madam President, as far as I'm concerned, Table 1 on page 9 of the 2025 budget provides, in my view, well, a tabular representation of the key variables of the 2025 budget. And that tabular representation is what the government has come up with, albeit late in the day and nearing constitutional deadlines for presenting it. Now, the overall deficit of $337.4 million is projected. This deficit is proposed to be financed, from my analysis here, from drawdown from domestic reserves, somewhere about $283 million, supposedly, and perhaps largely from CBI funds. So it would appear that just about $49.8 million in new funds will be required to be borrowed. The government is telling us, this is important, I've been looking at this, the government is telling us that over the stated period to the year 2027, that the fiscal and economic situation will be such that the overall balance will be contributing to reserves by then meaning by 2027. We need to take a look at that. Now, as I indicated earlier, Madam President, Table 1 is key to understanding, in my view, no fancy formulas and jargon, economic jargon. Table 1 is key to understanding what is being proposed and how the variables that they have set out here, from recurrent revenue to recurrent expenditure, flow into this overall balance that we are told will be contributing to the reserves. It remains a mystery to me how the overall balance will be so contributing to the reserves in relation to what now follows. I fail to see how that will occur as projected, Madam President, when the size of the civil service is increasing, massive pension payments have to be made and are being made, massive salaries are being paid, traveling, official traveling is up and at unprecedented high levels. And look at this in the document. Revenues are projected to decline over the period. All these things militate against building revenues or even achieving a surplus over that same period. In terms of recurrent revenue, there's some observations I make here as well, Madam President. I just indicated that revenues are forecasted to decline relative to the amount provisionally collected in 2024. It's in the document. So if we are doing so well, how come you're projecting less? How come you're projecting revenue decline? Storm signal. Storm signal. And that reminds me of, perhaps, Madam President, you may be familiar with that work. Very seminal piece of economic developmental treatise by Cathy McAfee in 1991 called Storm Signals, Structural Adjustment, and I think it's Development Alternatives in the Caribbean. And one of the storm signals is indicated in the budgeting process of small island developing states when there is projected steady downward trend over a course of 2 to 3 years in revenues. Has to be a storm signal. You could dance, you could spin it how you want, your PR and so on. It's a downward trend in revenue collection. It means that you'll be intaking less over the period, particularly in relation to expenditure over the same period. In short, a mouthful of English, we could be looking at going into a hole, financial hole. But shortly I'll demonstrate why my friends are not too worried about the shorter, earlier part of that period of projected decline in revenues. Madam President, the CBI cash cow, and I remember indicating to one of my colleagues, the feeding frenzy that we now see with the CBI is kind of reminiscent of when they had offshore banking and it was about to decline. A feeding frenzy is a surge before its decline. This too, this cash cow program is already starting to see the beginning of Waterloo days. CBI has already deteriorated significantly. And, Madam President, the conduct of, there's a backstory to it. The conduct of OECD governments who operate this program in trying to undercut and outcompete one another including Grenada, has resulted in adverse consequences for all of us. I believe, if not this month, sometime very soon, the OACS Authority and the ECCB are meeting, I think, here in Grenada regarding the proposal of having a joint CIP or CBI approval system. I think these are responses to the transparency and other pressures coming from the European Union and the United States. All no doubt linked to that practice I just mentioned. And so it must be appreciated that the CBI is on a decline. Applications for the program are on the decline. This was apparent at the end of 2024 compared to 2023. It's looking bleak. In terms of the global picture, capital expenditure, I see it is expected to increase over the 2024 levels, but it is expected to trend downward very sharply, from almost 500 million to just about 200 million by 2027. Given the obvious necessities, infrastructural needs and otherwise, why a trend downwards? Just now when I made reference to McAfee's seminal work, there are three pillars for developing states' advancement perhaps towards a clear picture of even possibly becoming first world nation status, as Trinidad declared some time ago, I think in 2002, 2005 under Patrick Manning, that they were heading in that direction. The developmental model must follow and root itself on three pillars: investment, substantial investment in infrastructure, healthcare, education. And education, that aspect of educational instruction and learning that will place developing states within an appreciable range of technical competitiveness. All other fancy things broken down to mean more skills training and relevant modern technical skills training. So that you can move with the times. But as to that pillar of infrastructural development, I think it is beyond useful argument by anybody that there are serious infrastructural needs that must be met in this country, particularly in our road and drain networks, right now. And you have to look at the way the language is couched. 2024, by 2027, and over the period. Okay? So why the downward projection in 2027, the sharp cliff-hanging fall? What event, Madam President, is to happen between 2025 and 2026 for the sharp increase in that expenditure and then the abrupt drop in capital expenditure by 2027. What event? What causing that surge and then drop over the course of essentially what? A year? Bearing in. I could see that here. Can only be one thing, Madam President. But why the smoke and mirrors? The government has no serious or original infrastructural developmental program. All public works projects in tow have been negotiated for and commenced by their predecessor. Your business is to dutifully carry them out and see them to fruition, expeditiously so too. Well, you ask for the obligation. You ain't doing nobody favors. And let me tell you, you have an obligation to service to the public. You ain't doing nobody favors to the partner. So they have already dismantled certain legal requirements, in my respectful view, Madam President, when I mentioned what obtained before under Fiscal Resilience Responsibility Act, and now, same acronym, but just a different name, Fiscal Resilience. So certain legal requirements that was there before, gone. Those that were under the Fiscal Responsibility Act. For example, now, I see, and I had occasion to comment on it when this bill came here before. Last year, I think it was. Certain levels of projects would not be put before public procurement, the public procurement process. Now, before, the threshold, I think, was 15,000 above, and it is moved to 100,000, anything 100,000 and above, and then you'll go to the open public procurement process. You see, Madam President, the threshold, the low threshold that was there before, there was a reason to it. And that threshold was not indigenous to Grenada. A number of other countries with a similar fiscal responsibility legislation had similar low levels. Why? Why? Because it was self-regulating. In that it avoided unfairness and corruption in the distribution of certain public works projects and other construction. That is why it was so low. That is why it was so low. Now basically you could handpick friends and who will get whatever is available within the 15,000 to the 100,000 range. And I suppose very shortly there will be a surge in expenditure in that regard. That is the driving force behind this. Because, Madam President, none of the numbers that I see here, when I look at the trend that is unexplained, none of the numbers relate to the strategic priorities stated on page 10 of the document. Smoke and mirrors. Madam President, thank you. The strategic priorities on page 10, although stated in broad terms, are of critical importance, because I began by indicating that the budget must also explain, elaborate, articulate government's programs which they intend to keep the economy buoyant and promote growth in the territorial economic space that we have in Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. And so when you look at the figures, when properly analyzed, closely examined, no programs are elaborated or spelled out. That's why we are able to discern downward trends, sharp expenditure increase, and then fall. We know what's going to happen. And I think it is a misfortune, a great misfortune, that these things have not been explained as to how they relate to the strategic objectives. Now, in terms of the financial outlook, now, looking from abroad, I see in another place the situation of beginning and planning the budget from the position of a current account surplus. As being cheerfully commendable. Well, Madam President, you're supposed to start from a current account surplus. You're supposed to start from a current account surplus. So yes, it's commendable that you're doing the right thing. You're starting at the right place. But it is important to note, Madam President, before we start ringing bells and whistling over very fundamental things that the unsuspecting public might, when they listen to the gallery, might think it's some great achievement. It's important to appreciate what is there. If you're starting from that position, you're starting from a position where your current revenue is bigger than your expected expenditure. That's good, you have to start there. Now, usually with those surpluses, you'll have room to pay or maybe contribute something to capital expenditure or pay something on a loan. And though it is a good starting point, you need to have something more. You're nowhere close to achieving real growth merely by starting where you're supposed to. You have to go a little further there. You need more. You need to do more. Because if you can only pay a little something from the surplus, pay a little something on a debt, how is the economy to grow? If you can only do that, you can't do nothing else. You can't spend on any kind of capital expenditure in any serious way. So there'll be a drop in real employment. no serious growth and no serious new jobs. That is the kind of discussion and explanation we were looking forward to. That's what we want to hear. So while the current account and beginning from a current account surplus is good, you must still get something more. Because you see, Madam President, they know all too well, especially in this dispensation, and I'll shortly talk about the new era in foreign relations we are entering into, especially hemispherically. And we have to be careful, or policies have to be thoughtful and premised on principle. But in relation to the subject matter, we know that grants are hard to come by now. You ain't getting grant easy. And you're getting grants for specific purposes, and you have to use it quick, and you have to use it wisely. So if we are not living within our means, if we're doing hototos expenditure on dazzle events with no real substance and no real job creation potential, we'll find ourselves facing the hole that I indicated that these numbers suggest to us, where we'll be in short order looking to contract as a government commercial loans, and where we want to sell bonds. Storm signal. Come in. And so, when I surveyed the legislative agenda in relation to the lead up to these things, these are the things that I see, beginning from the fiscal resilience, coming straight down to appropriations, borrowings last year, leading into this belated budget. On the matter of our foreign affairs, Madam President, I think it is of critical importance that we recognize that we are in a new era of the global and hemispheric application of United States foreign policy. Our foreign policy in this new era of U.S. relations certainly the conduct of our external affairs even our economic initiatives that hinge on our external relations, these things must be carefully dealt with and scrupulously carried out. I recommend that they must first be premised on principle, not necessarily economic vagrancy. You're going to get a thing here, you beg to get a thing here. We have already begun to see that there is becoming a hostile environment, particularly for some of our closest friends with whom we've had long fraternal and diplomatic ties with. We must appreciate this new environment that we're in and be careful what we are saying. It's not a laughing matter. We are not in the 70s and 80s anymore. And the new global space that economic environment that has been shaped by the twin forces of globalization and trade liberalization will cause very easily adverse economic effects to visit us very quickly and for a sustained period if we are not skillful in our external relations. I don't need to say more. Madam President, I think my distinguished friend, Dr. Charles, wanted to make sure that I do not forget that when my friends opposite come with their paper and their numbers about periods of increase and decline in unemployment rates, and about periods of drop and increase in enrollment at the TAMCC, we must be mindful that on both fronts, the discussion on the economic impact and on the unemployment rate and the enrollment rates at the TAMCC. What did those Brother Cox? The context? The context is important. But you can't have your own context or have context convenient to you. So when you bring the numbers and you see the period where there is the drop and you realize it's the COVID-19 period that affected unemployment and also affected enrollment rates, you didn't mention that. That context is not important. The only context that's important is after 2022 to make it appear as if there's a magical increase in these numbers of enrollment and a magical decrease in unemployment because of you. You came and you worked your magic. Can't have your own context, man. What's what context? The context is what key? Yeah. But that key don't fit all though. Seem to only fit your door. No magic has been done, and we expect no magic will be done, especially from the smoke and mirrors we see here. What I expect to see, Madam President, particularly in my coverage of my brief analysis of the capital expenditure, because I know our people, to create that impression. But them fellas start to work. See things happening, why? Because during the building, them fellas start to work, boy. What's the period? What's the period, Brother Cox? 2025, sharp increase over 2025 and 2026. Pay attention. Pay attention. But before I leave my caution in relation to how in this fiscal cycle and in relation to government's conduct of external relations, I think we must recognize, all of us, the critical role that Cuban friends have played in our healthcare system over the years, and when I say over the years, for decades. And right now, you see, brewing with some others, we are not quite drawn into that yet, and that is why I said what I said just now, about prudence with what we say with remote. Because it's not about ego and it's not about getting prime time for attention to get into an international debate with North America. It's about prudence because you're representing people. People's lives depend on it. This visa thing that brewing there, we don't need to be in that. We don't need to be in that. However, we must never abandon our friends and abandon principle. We must understand the nature of our sovereignty and also its limits. In the policy of human conduct and the history of man, sovereignty is not absolute. It is only absolute when one can enforce it. So until it's some sort of normative concept for academics and people who sit down and draft instruments at the UN and advise and so on, it's nice to talk about, but it is a practical thing. And in the business between nations, it is a practical endeavor. Diplomacy is practical. But good diplomacy must rest on principle. Principle. And I pay tribute to that friendship we've had with the people and government of Cuba and the support we've had over several decades. But at the same time, I want to recognize and remind us that we have had, for even that same period or a greater period than that period, substantial people-to-people connections with North America. Every family, I'm sure, without fail, can identify some branch of the family or some family member living in Canada and more so living in the United States. We must remember where we are. We are in the Western Hemisphere and in the sphere of influence of certain countries, and we must be sensitive to that and fashion strategically our relations so that we may navigate these waters and not just go and see what we want outside there. I think the short point I'm making, Madam President, is that the consequences are not personal to people who represent us that say certain things. The consequences that visit us in time, social and economic, are upon our people. And so word to the wise, be very careful what you're saying there. Very, very, very careful. Madam President, I recognize that there are some challenges, and they are not new challenges. So I'm not going to say that they just arrived with our friends opposite who are new to government. They have just got into office barely, what, 3 years and change now, if all of that. Although from their behavior, you would think they've been there forever. But there are some critical challenges on the national security front. We need to be mindful, Madam President, about our porous borders. And to cast a more discerning eye on immigration policy. Now we have a neighbor, very close neighbor to the south, that is reeling with the influx of some people almost coming in like Exodus in the Bible and Bob Marley song from another country. And we know that from historical experience, these things bring almost immediate socioeconomic difficulties and pressures on the health system, the security system particularly. In the context of our small state, it would be wise, as some have now recognized, that they have to progress to that. To ensure that we have a legislative framework by which we can marshal all security resources and make collective decisions regarding security. Some countries have done it in the National Security Act, where you establish a National Security Council that does a collaboration and an input into the council from all key national security stakeholders, whether it be customs, immigration, the police, special branch of the police, tactical units and drug squad and so on, rather than just one central burden on the police themselves, because there are other branches that play a critical role in national security, particularly what I'm mentioning here as border security. And why is this important? It is not far-fetched, particularly what is happening with a certain neighbor to the south, and some will say to some degree, here it's starting to happen. We get an influx of people. Already we have difficulties managing violence with certain sectors, whether it be gangs or certain juvenile demographics that have access to firearms and so on. These are already real challenges. Imagine the burden that could be placed upon us by the influx of some other people, particularly where we already know from past experience in other places the very real threat of very complex and organized criminal activity that could present. We can't be asleep on that at all. Now, this is not a sexy topic. It's not something that we like to talk about when there's a budget cycle for gallery, for radio programs, but it is a real threat to national security and our management of border security, and by extension, our national security. And so, greater emphasis must now be turned in that direction. It is critical. And I hope, as some of our neighbors in OECS are doing, that we can move towards setting up that superstructure by which we can marshal the resources that we have and even organize to get some more to tackle having strong border security in these islands that are easily accessible. Madam President, I'm always troubled, even to the point of dismay, when I hear about young people taking their lives. I do appreciate the challenges that my friend opposite who is charged with the policy direction of the Ministry of Education, has upon him and upon those who effectively discharge his responsibility in the system. Because people really think ministers run anything. You bring the policy to the ministry and you direct that it's being implemented. Civil servants carry the load. But it is always very painful, Madam President, very, very, very painful. And I don't think it is an administration to blame. No administration is to blame for that. I want my friends to appreciate clearly where I'm going with that. There are certain social conditions, economic too, but largely social conditions, that are developing in our communities, particularly in this time, with this larger youth population, unmentored, unsupervised, and largely produced by very young people themselves. And the sociological tensions that are occurring, some find it very difficult to cope. And the real challenge for our education system is that, it is often said, and my friend the minister would know that I can't remember which sociologist that characterized it, is that the school system is another family or another representation of family. The burden of teachers is not just to give instruction on a blackboard. You have to now listen, you have to now be attentive to the distress conditions of students in your classroom so that you can respond either by enlisting counseling or directing them to where they ought to be. That too becomes a pressure on teachers. And so that there's a real need to examine more closely this sociological phenomenon, my friend, these tensions that are occurring. Because we would not be doing service to our people if every time we hear about these occurrences, unfortunate, sad, and depressing as they may be, to just say, oh, what a pity, and then you move on till you hear another occurrence. We must appreciate what is happening sociologically and try our best to make these interventions, Madam President. That is the best we can do. We are not saying that we are perfect and we will solve them. But our young people urgently need that kind of intervention. And so this is why, Madam President, there is such a large investment in social welfare and social welfare programs in some countries. I know we have our challenges, but as my distinguished sister said, perhaps after a global look, we determine what our priorities must be. And there's pressing and urgent need for us to examine that. Pressing. It's not enough for us to just hear it up, it's sad and carry on. We need to do the best we can, and we need to do the most we can, because we are here to do the greatest good, Madam President, to the greatest number. And so, thank you. And so, with these remarks, Madam President, I join with my colleagues who went before me in our analysis of this belated budget given to us by a reluctant Minister of Finance. Madam President, I want to thank you for allowing me this opportunity and also your kind indulgences before in understanding my personal situation in relation to Tuesday's sitting at this chamber. I thank you very much, Madam President.
I thank you, Senator Osford, and thank you for your overview flight, stopping at particular key points, key proposals in the budget. I want to thank you for making reference to the regional academic text, storm signals, still relevant, worth a read again. Thank you. I see that Senator Claudette Joseph has asked for the floor, and she's been given the floor. She's on her feet, and so the floor does belong to Senator Claudette Joseph. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, let me begin my contribution to this year's budget presentation by first acknowledging the awesome supremacy of the Almighty and the blessings He continues to pour on us and on me. I acknowledge my colleagues of this Honorable House on both sides, but especially my colleagues on this side, with whom I have the pleasure of working as colleagues in the cabinet, serving the people of our beautiful country. I also extend thanks to our beloved, totally committed and visionary leader, the Honorable Deacon Mitchell, Prime Minister of Grenada, for continuing to repose confidence in me as Attorney General and Minister. I thank members and supporters of the National Democratic Congress, and I see some in the gallery today. I acknowledge you. The vehicle through which we are here today, serving the people of Grenada in government. I thank you for your continued support and for all your efforts as we work collectively to move Grenada forward towards Vision 75, ever resilient and always rising. I stand to give my unreserved support to the motion before this Honorable House for approval of the 2025 estimates of revenue and expenditure. Same was presented in the House of Representatives and totaling $1,912,872,014. Of that, Madam President, the ministry that I head, the Ministry of Legal Affairs, Labor, and Consumer Affairs, is allocated a total of $11,949,386. That does not include the departments of the Director of Public Prosecution, the Supreme Court Registry, nor does it include the magistracy. Madam President, let me just pause for a moment before I get into the matters directly relating to the ministry which I head, to just address a few other matters that have come up in this debate today. Madam President, let me first make the point. The last speaker identified in his presentation 3 important pillars for growth. And those pillars he identified include investment in infrastructure, healthcare, and education. We agree with him on this side. And I'm surprised that he didn't follow up that observation with a statement commending this government for being on the right track. Because we have, as government, identified as transformational pillars healthcare, hence Project Polaris, and the allocation in the Ministry of Infrastructure, in the vote under the Ministry of Infrastructure, the capital budget there for Project Polaris, which squarely focuses on healthcare, in that we aim to construct a state-of-the-art health and wellness village that will include not just a teaching hospital that will promote medical tourism, but other facilities, including a wellness center, a hotel, and some major infrastructure around the 83+ acres of land that we have acquired for that purpose. So wrapped up in Project Polaris are 2 of the pillars identified by the opposition senator as essential to national development. Infrastructure, because it will be a major piece of infrastructure, the biggest after our international airport. And it will take this government to undertake a major piece of infrastructure that will be transformative 40 years after our international airport was constructed. The impact of Project Polaris will be the same as SGU had on the True Blue and Southern area, and that vision was of Sir Eric Gehry, as the international airport had on the southern area, and that vision was that of Maurice Bishop and his government, and now we would have Project Polaris. Show me the visionary, transformative project of the person and government that held office for 23 years in this country. Show me. Can't identify one. Education, Madam President, we have also identified as a pillar of growth and transformation. And in that regard, we are not only going to substantially enhance and revamp the current system as we know it, but we are going to build a whole new wing of our education system centered around skills training so that our young people can be qualified to international standards in skills training. I thought I would want to clear that up. Madam President, there was some talk about the Fiscal Resilience Act and whether we did away with key elements of the Fiscal Responsibility Act, and admonition that the amendment to the Procurement Act to increase the threshold for procuring entities was ill-advised and not in our best interest. Madam President, the Public Procurement and Disposal of Property Act came into effect in 2014. At that time, the threshold was set at $15,000. We had an administration between then and 2022 that was sleeping on the job, because we had increase in prices, we had COVID that caused goods and services prices to skyrocket. But the threshold remained at 15,000. Basically, nothing could be done, Madam President. Nothing could be done quickly and efficiently, and that is why we inherited a terribly crumbling infrastructure. Because when an emergency happened, flash flooding, whatever, or a bridge collapse, or a roadway needed attention, the bureaucracy prevented swift action. Because you can't even build a driveway to your house from the main road these days for $15,000. But here you had government threshold being $15,000. So we were responding to the needs, the infrastructural and other needs of our country, and moving with the times, bearing in mind the astronomical increase in goods and services over time from 2014 to now. You had to have been sleeping on the job to not realize that this legislation needed amending a long time ago. And Madam President, might I just say that we will not countenance being judged by the same standards as those who went before us, because we don't engage in bubble and corruption. In fact, we believe in corruption savings, and that is reflected in the budget, as my friend this morning pointed out. Madam President, speaking of infrastructure, and Madam President, speaking of infrastructure and addressing the crumbling infrastructure that we inherited, I would just like to hear Madam President place on record, on behalf of the people of my community, the town of St. George, in which I am, you could say, the face of the government, our sincere thanks to the Ministry of Social and Community Development, the Ministry of Infrastructure Development, and the Ministry of Implementation, or Mobilization, Implementation, and Transformation. Madam President, during the course of 2024, several projects, small infrastructure projects, community-based projects, cultural projects, sporting facility upgrades, all of these things were undertaken with the support of the Ministry of Infrastructure, from building a retaining wall at Mount Rush, 3 small projects at Independence Avenue, footpath for the elderly at Cooper Hill, a concrete walkway at Darbo, a bus shelter at Darbo. Madam President, all of these small projects, these are just a few I mentioned, came up to $120,215.57 out of the Ministry of Social and Community Development. And then we had community facilities upgrades. We have the painting of the Alliance Francaise building and repairs, minor repairs to the River Road Community Center. We had some work done at the Roy St. John playing field towards helping to deal with the flooding situation at Tantine. You know, Tantine is pretty much a lake when it rains, and the efforts there we made would see the water receding faster when it rains. Madam President, we also did some skills training and some training in hydroponics, courses in hydroponics, community cleanup after the flash floods, and several other community engagements, which together totaled $243,803.12. All thanks to the Ministry of Community Development. Madam President, in terms of the house repair program, we had, in terms of repairs, 30 families had their homes repaired under that program. We had 8 new constructions and 14 bathroom and toilets. Madam President, totaling together $424,016.85. And I would like to heartily thank the Ministry of Social and Community Development for contributing in the constituency of St. George a total sum of $667,820.07 in the 2024. And Madam President, for 2025, we look forward to continuing to build our community, and I dare say the community of the town of St. George was seriously neglected for the last 20 or so years. A lot of work to be done, and so we are going to construct a few retaining walls in this year. One is already started at Grenville Street. Repairs to the sidewalks in and around the town, including the sidewalk at the Carenage. We've started some of the sidewalk repairs. Turning stony and muddy footpaths into walkways and motorable roads, making life more comfortable for our people. Upgrading facilities, Madam President. We've started the upgrade of the facilities at the sporting facilities, that is, at Queen's Park. We've done the basketball and netball court, and we are now doing some work on the football field, including lighting it and building some bleachers and meeting rooms for the football clubs there. So, Madam President, we have a lot to do, and I must say some of the work we are doing in the constituency there, some of this work is in collaboration with some community groups. So the people are engaging in self-help. One such community group is the River Road Legacy Foundation, with which we are partnering to do a community library and resource center at the community center at River Road. So, Madam President, I look forward to continuing to be the face of the government in that constituency and to working with all the people of the constituency as we improve our collective lives. And thank you to the constituents who have been very supportive in ensuring that this work is done for our community. Madam President, as I indicated, the allocation for the ministry, I will turn now to the ministry. the Ministry of Social and Community Development, Social and Community Development still in my head. You see, that's my heart. Yeah, that's my heart. So yes, Madam President, the Ministry of Legal Affairs, Labor and Consumer Affairs. And in terms of accomplishments for 2024, Madam President, the accomplishments that we have seen at this ministry underscores our commitment to justice and the rule of law, labor rights, labor justice, and consumer protection and sustainable lifestyles. Madam President, in 2024, the Office of the Attorney General and the Division of Legal Affairs continued to provide critical legal support and advice to the government of Grenada in various areas. And one highlight of this past year for the litigation unit, and Madam President, just for the benefit of the viewers and listeners and the persons here in the gallery, the Ministry of Legal Affairs is comprised of mainly two units, the litigation unit and the drafting unit. So the litigation unit had, as I would say, our main highlight in 2024, our appearance before the International Court of Justice, as it heard submissions from over 100 countries and organizations in relation to an advisory opinion that was sought of the court on the obligations of states in relation to climate change. Madam President, since the establishment of the court in 1945, this was the first time Grenada ever made an appearance before the court. And it was indeed, for me, a humbling experience and a great honor to lead our country's delegation in this historic undertaking. Madam President, I thank Crown Counsel Ms. Ray Thomas and Dr. Justin Sobian, who joined me in forming Grenada's team, and of course, Ambassador Raphael Joseph, who provided stellar support. Ambassador is based in Brussels, and without him, we could not have done this. So I thank the entire team, and from all reports everywhere, we represented Grenada well. I think it was the first time I made international news. Madam President, the court's advisory opinion is expected to in the coming months. Madam President, our government is one that is attuned to the issues and realities of the day, and we identify climate change as an existential threat to our very existence as a small island developing states. And so, again, in relation to climate change, we had from the Office of the Attorney General representation at the first China Legal Forum on legal cooperation in climate change, and this is under the Global Development Initiative. And the office was represented in this regard by Crown Counsel Regine Mondesir. And I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the Minister for Climate Resilience and her staff for the collaboration and cooperation with us in making representation on climate change in these matters. In fact, it was the Minister for Climate Change who alerted me to the existence of the case and encouraged Grenada, through the Office of the Attorney General, to file submissions and arguments and become a party to the proceedings. Madam President, the litigation unit also successfully represented the state of Grenada in several matters, in the courts, before tribunals, and at mediation session. And I would here pause to make note of a matter that the state prevailed in, and that is the matter of Royden Bihari versus the Attorney General of Grenada. It is important, Madam President, because as we proceed with our regularization policy, this case clarified the legal status of persons employed in the public sector without a Public Service Commission appointment, but may be working in positions that are on the establishment or in posts that are on the establishment. And this clarification is indeed important as government proceeds to implement the regularization policy and gives a good guide to parties, both sides, government and workers, as to their status. So it was timely that this matter came up, and we were able to get the court to clarify it and to see it the way the government sees it. I would like to commend the Solicitor General and particularly Ms. Camille Gooding D'Souza, who led the arguments on behalf of the Crown in this matter. Madam President, the other important unit in the Office of the Attorney General and Division of Legal Affairs is the Legislative Drafting Unit. And they spearheaded the enactment of key pieces of legislation during 2024. Chief among them was the Public Sector Employees Pension Fund Act. They worked hard to draft and finalize this legislation after receiving the policy direction from the Department of Public Administration. And I dare say, Madam President, this legislation is the single most transformative law passed in Grenada since the NIS Act of 1983. Madam President, all public sector employees now, no matter when their employment began, enjoy pension and retirement benefits. This hasn't been the case for 40 years. Madam President, despite the people of Grenada, they can see, they have the right lenses. And they can see what is happening. So no matter how things are spun, no matter how issues are spun, no matter what the opposition says, the facts are the facts, and it's that. Public workers' pension rights were taken away from them and kept away from them deliberately so. They were fought on the streets and in the courts by a government, by their own government. And their own government admitted that after they lost the case to the public workers, they only did not appeal because the election was imminent. And if they had won, they would have still tried to appeal out of time. That's what their chief advisor said, one of their chief advisors, in an opinion that was shared with me as Attorney General said. So, Madam President, the public workers and the people of Grenada have on the correct lenses. And they are seeing clearly now who are on their side. Madam President, another key bit of legislation passed by the worked on by the drafting unit during this period was the Firearms Amendment Act. Opposition Senator Horsford, in his presentation, admonished us to pay close attention to what is happening around us in terms of serious crime. That is exactly what we are doing, Madam President, and that is why we amended the Firearms Act. And shamefully, while we are being admonished and encouraged to pay attention to what is going on around us in terms of crime, and do something about it. When we came to this Honorable House, or in the other place, Madam President, they more well behave up here. In the other place, when these amendments were put on the order paper for debate and passage, those who did not vote against it abstained. Shameful. So I imagine the good senator is speaking in his personal capacity when he talks about the situation with crime and the fact that we must do something about it. Madam President, and recently the drafting unit was able to have us prepare and pass in this Honorable House the Water Resources Management Act and the attendant amendment to the NAWASA Act. That too, Madam President, pivotal as we regulate the water industry. NAWASA is now regulated by PERC, by that legislation, and we roll out and try to complete against the clock, Madam President, a project that we inherited from the previous administration, who are again sleeping on the job, and we almost lost millions of dollars. That project is, I think, $125 million. We are at risk of losing millions of dollars, and we are racing against the clock, Madam President, because they sat there from 2018 to 2022 and did nothing with the project. So, Madam President, and that was part of the Water Resource Management Act that we recently passed. Madam President, all of this work was done as the Division of Legal Affairs remained displaced and mostly working remotely. I am happy to share with this Honorable House and the nation that as of Monday of this week, the Office of the Attorney General was moved into new office space at the first floor of the old NIS building on our Melville Street. Yes. Madam President, the new office is outfitted with all the amenities, some like a conference room and a vault, never before obtained in any office of the Attorney General in Grenada, believe it or not. I knew the old Attorney General's office at Church Street before Hurricane Ivan, and that was there since the 1800s. After Hurricane Ivan, because of the damage to the building, they moved out, and then a different location. The AG's office has never had the amenities that this new space now enjoys. And, Madam President, I would like to thank the Minister for Infrastructure, Prime Minister, the Chief Technical Officer at the Ministry of Infrastructure, and the staff. Particularly, I would have to single him out. He may not like it, but I would have to do it. Mr. Nathan Lessie, a young engineer there, and he really worked with us to make this possible. And I single out, in terms of our staff, apart from the staff, the lawyers and their support staff, who had a hard time, almost 2 years. Or is it over 2 years? We crossed 2 years? Yeah, right. They had a hard time, but I would like to single out our planning officer in the ministry, Ms. Brenda Bain. I see out there. I don't know if it's proper to ask her to take a bow, Madam President, in the Honorable House. Take a bow, Brenda. And Permanent Secretary behind me here, Ms. Rhonda Jones, and Permanent Secretary past, Ms. Anna
I want to know you, and I'm sure the people want to know you.
So, you see, the President is asking you to stand, Brenda. Thank you very much. Yes. Madam President, a lot of hard work went into it, and all of the staff of the ministry chipped in to make sure we move into this new facility. So, going forward, I'm looking forward to us becoming more efficient, even more efficient, as we deliver services to the government and people of Grenada. Madam President, just finally on the Division of Legal Affairs, an update on the Hall of Justice project, Madam President, you would see that at page 194 of the estimates, there is allocated there $2 million for the Hall of Justice project, the same amount that was allocated last year. And of the amount allocated last year, the $2 million, we spent $1.6 million. And Madam President, I'm sure we would exhaust the $2 million this year and probably would have to come for some more because the work is progressing. A lot of preparatory work is being done with these projects. A lot have to happen behind the scenes. There were some legacy issues which we have resolved. We are now with a project consultant that has come on board, finalizing the work plans. We do have the work plans and the design brief, which we hope to send out in relation to which we hope to send out invitations to bid for design concepts and the engagement of a project manager. So the Hall of Justice project is moving, and that, Madam President, is another infrastructure project that we will deliver to the people of Grenada, and a symbol, and have it as a symbol of the third co-equal independent arm of the state. Madam President, in relation to labor, I could tell you, I don't know what the good senator would say, but I am sure he is the happiest and most relaxed that he has been in years as a union leader. Because, Madam President, the Division of Labor, the Division of Labor has, in 2024, delivered and implemented increased minimum wage for all workers. Madam President, again in relation to this, the opposition, the previous administration, they were sleeping on the job because they never, in their 23-year reign, although they're talking about they love the poor and the vulnerable and the this and the marginalized, never once in their 24-year reign increase the minimum wage, when the law says they must do it every 3 years. So I'm urging our people to compare and contrast and then determine who's really good for Grenada and working for the people. Madam President, we also focused heavily on capacity building and institutional strengthening by taking on some more technical staff to support the work of the Labour Commissioner. Madam President, in this period also, we had a historic first visit for the Department of Labor, first visit by the director of the ILO Decent Work Team for the Caribbean. In fact, he joined us for the May Day celebrations and did deliver some remarks. Never happened before. This mission also pledged and have started working with us to deliver improved occupational safety and health. Well, perhaps not just improve, we don't have occupational safety and health legislation. So this is something we have on our legislative agenda for this year. And the Public Employment Services Act, not an act, but Public Employment Services, already provided for in a sense under the Employment Act, but again, as with many things, never implemented. International labor standards, reporting, and labor market information, and labor inspections. Now, all of these we intend to undertake in 2025 with the help of our friends from the ILO. Madam President, for the first time since 1998, how many years is that? 25 or 26 years this year? For the first time since 1998, we had a delegation from Grenada attend the International Labour Conference. And that delegation represented government, the employers, and the unions or the employees, the tripartite arrangement, and that was at the expense of the government of Grenada. That's how important our workers are to us. Madam President, again, sleeping on the job. We were in the red, on the blacklist and in the red. Not looking well at all for reporting, because our last report, in accordance with our obligations under the ILO treaty, was 2015. And so we were behind with 18 outstanding reports required by Article 22 of the ILO treaty. And our team, led by the Commissioner, was able to bring Grenada up to standard so that now we are in good standing. If you go on the ILO website, we're not on the bad side. Madam President, we also did a rapid labor market analysis that is towards helping us to set up the employment services that I mentioned before. Madam President, the Division of Labor has also settled substantially the amendments to the policy that will guide the amendments to the Labor Code. And these amendments, Madam President, will see an extension of maternity leave benefits for all new mothers. That's a table knock right there. Extension of maternity leave benefits, and the introduction of paternity leave. And this, Madam President, our fathers will now have paternity leave just as the mothers have maternity leave. Madam President, Grenada, no, not retroactive. Grenada, Madam President, will be the first English-speaking Caribbean and only the second in the entire Caribbean to legislate paternity leave. The only other Caribbean country that has paternity leave on the law books right now is the Dominican Republic. So when I say in the entire Caribbean, I mean English, Spanish, French, and Dutch. Only the second country to have it done. So we look forward to this because we know our people and our workers will greatly appreciate the introduction of paternity leave and the extension of maternity leave. The new or revised Labor Code, Madam President, will also see the introduction of a new dispute resolution mechanism. And so we are, Madam President, advancing the drafting of the legislation, and we hope to have that legislation passed in the Parliament during the second quarter. Madam President, as we improve the dispute resolution mechanism at the Ministry of Labour, the division is actually doing quite well with the system that we have. They have achieved a resolution rate of 85% of all complaints lodged with the department. The division also processed 918 work permits in 2024, totaling in value, in terms of revenue for the country, $2,078,000. Madam President, we also had 45 seasonal agricultural workers participate in the Canadian Seasonal Agricultural Workers Program. Madam President, Grenada is now experiencing the best period of industrial peace ever. Check the history. Madam President, we have a high level of employment, and Minister for Education gave the figures this morning. We're at 11%. I think that the best After that was during the revolution, it got to like 14% or something like that. So we're doing, imagine we outdoing Morris Bishop. How's that? Madam President, we have high level of employment, a very satisfied workforce who are enjoying their increased minimum wage and groundbreaking favorable collective agreements with unions. And the word groundbreaking is not mine. I am just borrowing it from the former president of the Public Workers Union, Mr. Brian Grimes. Madam President, we have better working conditions with most government offices now upgraded or undergoing upgrades. And, Madam President, thankfully, the days for worker victimization is a thing of the past. Yeah. Imagine we move from Gemma Bain Thomas and Richard Duncan. Richard Duncan, who was told, well, I don't think you trust me, and once there is no trust, nothing happening. Read his book, Walking the Straight and Narrow. And Gemma Bain Thomas, who was called to Happy Hill and said, I have a feeling you don't support me, so you out. We move from that, Madam President, to the Prime Minister having to stand in the other place and threaten to sue for his constituency allowance because some public officer refusing to pay him and they still have their job.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's freedom.
That's freedom. So when they're talking victimization, we give these live examples. So I know, Madam President, we know that our workers in the public and private sector, we heard the private sector representative gave his contribution. They could not be happier. This is a good period for workers, Madam President. Madam President, and so with that, I would like to place on record my thanks and appreciation to the Labor Commissioner, again the Permanent Secretary, and all the staff, all the support staff at the Division of Labor. The Labor Commissioner works very hard and she gets the job done. Thank you. They say take a bow. Madam President, in relation to consumer affairs, I want to put consumer affairs into context, Madam President. The Consumer Protection Act was passed in 2018. And that was it. Basically, nothing was done. So, Madam President, this government, because the previous one was sleeping on the job, established the Consumer Affairs Office on 15 March 2024. And as I said, this law was passed in 2018 and Section 6 required the establishment of a Consumer Affairs Office. But it was not until 2024 it was done. And Madam President, in just 1 year, that office, led by Director Williams, has made significant strides in educating the public, not just on the existence of the office itself, but on their rights. They've engaged stakeholders, they've had campaigns, they've had workshops to raise awareness. And Madam President, last Friday, on the 14th of March, Grenada celebrated its first World Consumer Rights Day. The international body for consumer rights has been in existence for about 60 years and celebrating this day. But because our act was not implemented, we only just celebrated our first World Consumer Rights Day, and we look forward to celebrating many more. And we thank the other government ministries, the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Agriculture, the Public Utility Regulations Commission, the NTRC, Ministry of Health, all of these ministries and statutory bodies joined with the Consumer Affairs Office in celebrating the day and educating the public. And of course, there was a private sponsor, Digicel, with some great giveaways. Madam President, the Consumer Advisory Body required by the law was also established, and it is headed by Dr. Kurland Gilchrist, and we look forward to receiving much needed policy advice and guidance from that advisory body. And also, Madam President, soon the tribunal required by the statute will be set up. We hope to have that set up before the third quarter of this year. Madam President, but even as the tribunal itself is not set up yet, the office has begun hearing complaints and taking matters to resolution. And so they have received, in the first 9 months of operation, about just over 100 complaints and have completely resolved about 60% of those. Madam President, so we look forward in 2025 to expanding the capacity of the Consumer Affairs Office, filling it out with staffing for the competition side and ramping up the public advocacy and education work of the Consumer Affairs Office. Madam President, also falling under the Ministry of Legal Affairs, Labor and Consumer Affairs is the Corporate Affairs and Intellectual Property Office. And Madam President, one of the major achievements of that office in this past year was that we signed an agreement in January 2024 with the World Intellectual Property Organization, and that agreement gave Grenada access to the Industrial Property Administration System called acronym IPAS, and it was deployed at KIPO in 2024. What IPAS does is that it's a software that supports the processing and application of IP rights by establishing e-registry, controlling workflow processes and business rules. So KIPO will use IPAS to provide online services to local and international clients. And it is in the advanced stage of implementation now. All the work is done, and the trademarks that were registered from 2008 to present, those are already loaded on the IPAS system. So what the IPAS system would also enable us to do is to sign on to the Madrid Protocol, which would allow Grenada now, because we're on the system, to receive international registration of trademarks. So we're in the process of doing the necessaries to sign on to the Madrid Protocol, and that will see a dramatic increase in revenues for Grenada coming out of KIPO. Madam President, so these are, in a nutshell, the matters in relation to the Ministry of Legal Affairs, Labor and Consumer Affairs. We look forward in 2025 to continuing to serve the Grenadian public, the government, and well, the public through the government. And we will focus in the Ministry of Legal Affairs on strengthening our capacity and human resources through recruitment. In fact, we have a new, he's up there. We just recruited a young lawyer who would be assigned to the Financial Intelligence Unit and the AML Commission so that we are on top of things. We have coming on shortly a senior Crown Counsel and already recruited just to start, and we are building out the office so that we can provide more efficient services and advice to the government of Grenada. So we are going places, Madam President. Our goal is to enhance the competence of the legal practitioners and other staff that serve the ministry. In Labour, Madam President, we will be working on and coming to the Parliament with some amendments to the Foreign Nationals and Commonwealth Citizens Employment Act. That's the law under which work permits are issued. So we do have the draft policy for the revamp of that legislation and all the subsidiary legislation surrounding it. And so we would be looking to enhance our delivery of the processing of work permits, including, Madam President, going digital, going online with it. It was a plan that we had since last year, but we were not able to deliver as quickly as we thought we would. But I can say it will happen this year based on where we are at with the work. Madam President, as I said, we will encourage education, empowerment, and knowledge of rights and responsibilities in relation to consumer affairs. So, Madam President, with all of that said, I would just like, Madam President, to take the next few minutes to zero back on a matter relating to the town of St. George. I know Minister for Education mentioned that the public library, and people always ask me about the public library because I did campaign heavily on the restoration of our public library. And that matter, Madam President, is actively being attended to and is now part of a wider vision that we do have for the town of St. George, involving the refurbishment of York House. And by the way, for those who are saying we must do the houses now, and Hurricane Beryl was 9 months ago and we haven't built back, well, Hurricane Ivan damaged or destroyed York House, the former Parliament building, a heritage building, and nothing was done. So you're asking us to do in 2.5 years what you couldn't do in 21. Well, 23, right? You're asking us to do, not 2.5 years, 9 months. Well, speaking about the wider housing issues that, they're talking about a lot, right? And by the way, so we have the library that is coming on stream as part of a wider project. Madam President, we are in the process of finalizing the purchase of the Priory building, that heritage building on Church Street, sandwiched between the Hinesley School and the Anglican Church, that certain opposition surrogates were accusing Special Envoy Romaine of buying in his personal capacity. No, he's not buying it in his personal capacity. I can tell you from first hand, I am dealing with the transaction and it's coming through the Office of the Attorney General, and we are not his lawyers. So, Madam President, the government of Grenada, through the Ministry of Tourism, headed by Leader of Government Business here, we are purchasing that property, and it will be a national art gallery as we continue to focus on the creative sector. And of course, it's a wider picture involving the York House, the art gallery, the museum, the library building, all part of a project to enhance and make good use of our built heritage in the town of St. George, and to live up to our name as one of the quaintest and best Georgian-style towns in the world. This is what we have, and this is what those before us allowed to disintegrate and to crumble. So this is part of the infrastructure that we are building. So yes, the public library will come. I can't say that it will be replaced in its original location as we first said, because as we build out the project and review the best location for the different sites, the public library may not be relocated in its original site. But it is part of the grand plan for that constituency. And then we would have, rounding that off, the refurbished Fort George, which was funding for which was identified since 2017. But those who were, again, sleeping on the job, or perhaps too timid or lacking vision, they had the wrong lenses, they felt it was not a project that could be undertaken because of the level of the restoration of the work that had to take place and to build it back as it was built in the 1700s. Well,
Madam Senator, before the bell rings, I see you're rapidly wrapping up, but
Yes.
you're also rapidly running out of time, so
I am wrapping up.
you are wrapping up?
Yes?
Well, you forfeited my offer of a few more minutes, so wrap up.
Okay. I'm wrapping up. If I need a few more minutes, I will do ask. So,
5?
sure. Good enough. So, Madam President, all of these matters, all of these restoration of heritage sites and Fort George, that those before us felt wasn't possible. They thought it was too big for them. But we don't think small, we think big. And nothing is impossible as far as we are concerned. Right? Because we are little children of God. We are little inexperienced children of God. And for us, nothing is impossible. So we are now seeing that this project is nearing completion. We hope to have completion by June. Is it June? By mid-year, we should have completion by mid-year, Madam President. And of course, that will be a massive enhancement for the town of St. George. And we, the people of the town, we really look forward to the completion of that project. We are equally proud and pleased with the facelift that the Carenage has gotten with the new police headquarters. Madam President, I recall listening to an interview sometime in May 2013 between Pastor Stanford Simon and then Prime Minister Dr. Keith Claudius Mitchell, who was elected just a few months before. And in that interview, he promised Pastor Simon a new police headquarters, because he said that was long overdue, and the police really need a headquarters. That was 2013. I guess he was sleeping like his partners, his people, and, the rest of his administration, I guess they were sleeping. So, Madam President, the government acquired, by way of purchase, the building formerly known as the Line Building on the Carenage, a telephone company building. And we now have a spanking new and permanent home as the headquarters for the police force. And they have moved in. They moved in earlier this month. Madam President, similarly, the Grenville Police Station under renovation. Carriacou has been renovated. Other St. Paul's has been renovated. Work has to be done and is being planned for a new prison complex, Madam President. And let me say, in relation to the police officers, I know they've never had it so good. Madam President, the police has new spanking headquarters. The police got pay and grade. Madam President, police waiting for pay and grade since 1995, They were again sleeping on the job. So pay and grade, and the lowest level of police officers, the constable, they got an increase of up to $700. Madam President, they got the best ever collective agreement with all the provision for uniform and health insurance and all of that, Madam President. And so, Madam President, sorry? Okay. So, Madam President, I think what we have been able to accomplish in the last 2.5 years, Madam President, when compared to what was not accomplished in the last 23 years prior, Madam President, I think, and we know it, we see it, we get the feedback from the people of Grenada, we are doing well by the people. We are delivering. You know, we campaigned, we said what we we're going to do, and now we're doing it. Some saying, well, you're all just checking boxes. Well, yeah. We're doing what we said we're going to do. So, Madam President, I look forward in the coming year to continue to serve the people of Grenada in my capacities as Attorney General and Minister for Legal Affairs, Labor and Consumer Affairs, and in any other capacity required by the Honorable Prime Minister of me. And so, of course, that goes without saying, right? Just know I'll be the other place. So, and I look forward to continuing, Madam President, as well, to work with the stakeholders in the tripartite labor arrangement. I think I can say openly that I do have a good relationship. The Department of Labor has a good relationship with both other stakeholders, and I see us working well together to move Grenada forward, to move labor forward, to move the Ministry of Legal Affairs forward, to build a new consumer affairs culture, and to move the town of St. George forward with all the initiatives that we have planned. So, Madam President, with that, I commend and support unreservedly the motion before this Honourable House. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the distinguished Senator, the Honorable Claudette Joseph, for her report on the Ministry of Legal Affairs and the wider panoramic view as they all relate to the 2025 budget. I dare say that we have had to extrapolate what it means for you going forward. But I must warmly congratulate you and your staff for the accomplishments. I too, if I might be allowed to be proud of Grenada's representation before the ICJ on climate change for the advisory opinion. But I will quickly chastise your junior officer for not telling me that Grenada was going to do so, because they know that it is an interest of mine. And in fact, the former president of the ICJ has just become the president of Lebanon. And it's through his office I got the praises of Grenada. So congratulations for that initiative. It will help not only our country, but of the 100 presentations or submissions, I think we anticipate some, I don't know if I'll go so far as to say relief, but certainly some hearing. Many other accomplishments. I really do think that the drafting committee has served this Parliament very well. I want to thank them. And I want to thank those responsible for putting on the agenda of Grenada extended maternity leave and paternity leave. Step forward. Very good. But as I said, I want to hear about how this budget impacts where you plan to go. We have one more speaker in our general debate, and with gladness, I offer the floor to the Labour Senator in the Senate, Senator the Honourable Andre Monty Lewis. You have the floor, Senator.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And it is always an important session and discussion when we meet to discuss matters of national interest, especially the budget, albeit we are, well, probably 3 or 4 months sort of late, I mean, understandably so. However, I must say that from an overall objective, in reviewing the budget, I got the impression that we may have rushed, and I'll explain what I mean. although we had more time. And in reviewing the estimates, because I normally just go to the main aspect, in looking at the introduction, which I found very important, on the explanatory note, the people who did the preparation had given notice that based on the fact that they were going into a new cloud-based budget management system, they would face with certain challenges. It is found on page 7, explanatory notes, because some things are not properly lined up. I also found that there are a number of missing information in the document itself. Something I pointed out in last budget debate. There are a number of column items and figure numbers are missing. You had headings and subheadings, but it was not populated. If you look under the Ministry of Health, under the General Hospital, you will see this. And I find that it is time that we pass those stages, to be quite frank with you, because we come here to make informed decisions. So I'm making that appeal. Notwithstanding the challenges posed by the new system, I don't think that that can excuse the lack of information. And time permitted, I will just highlight some. However, I will just, from my colleague, Minister, highlight and thank her, through you, Madam President, for so eloquently justifying the movement of the $15,000 to $100,000 in terms of procurement. And I think the last time it became so in 2013, was it? Or 14? 2014. And not wanting to prolong the meeting or this discussion, I will not say, and I quote, yes, but I will simply say it is more than my understanding that what was said that the past administration slept on the job relative to this, because taking into account the astronomical increases in the cost of goods and services over time, therefore mean that it made sense and you had to, out of necessity, to move from 15,000 to 100,000, almost sevenfold increase. 7 by 15 is 105, almost sevenfold increase. Now, if we juxtapose that against the impact of cost of living, because it's goods and services, that is why we in the labor movement could never understand, never ever understand, why is it that even in this budget preparation, it is said that the CPI was what 1.something% increase? Roughly around there. Now, what that means is that, yeah, 1 year, yeah. No, that's okay. That's okay, but there's a trend from the past 10 or 14 years. I mean, even if you look at how we move in terms of our GDP, it ranged between, 3 and 4%. Over that period, we have not gone above that. And that is one of the reasons why, as has been identified by the governor of the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, that the region needs to have an increase in GDP of over 6% to really move the economy, because there has been that steady trend. So I just wanted to highlight that. Also, my friend, as the Attorney General, not as Minister for Labor now, knows that the Bihari case is pending appeal. The Bihari's case relative to the judgment that came out, yes, that's the law now. And in some other forum, I heard her quite clearly, selectively choosing her words, which in my interpretation, again, left it open that there's a high possibility and probability that it may be reversed.
I invite the Deputy President of the Senate to take the chair.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator, you may proceed.
Thank you.
President.
Chair.
Thank you very much. I must commend, and I'm glad that they're still around, if I may, the leadership on the ground level, floor level of the Ministry of Labor, the Labor Commissioner and her staff, for certainly increasing and improving the quality of service that has been delivered by the ministry. And we do not have to agree, but the rulings are, well, not rulings, recommendation that comes from the ministry. What is important for us is getting timely recommendations at the same time that one that is not biased. That's what I'm saying. When I say it does not matter, certainly one will want to continue to see objectivity. So one has seen an improvement there, and therefore commendation must be given. Commendation must be given. The Minister for Labour has indicated that over the past year, 2 years or so, we have seen an improvement in the industrial relations climate, and that's true. That's true, and I want to underline it. That's true. But I ask of you, in the interest of all of us, although progress is born out of struggle, so we will not move away from it. Just as how the pension horse was used and reading to come into office, if the government creates a new one with amendments to the dispute resolution process, there'll be a bigger industrial relations horse to ride. And I wish to remind the population that a number of us here, even on that side here, stood on top Market Hill in the 1990s when the police beat us with barbed wire and chun-chun over the dispute resolution issue, Essential Services Act. That was limited to a few companies. What is being attempted now will even make teachers and all the different professions essential services, in effect. Allow me to finish. Yes. It means, therefore, because you see, and probably that's what they may be missing, and I'm glad on the other side you said no. The effect of essential services is that when you have an industrial dispute, the matter can be sent to arbitration whether the parties agree to or not. That's the essential difference. So bear that in mind. So if that didn't come across, when we spoke to you all before, and I'm saying this, please bear that in mind. The essential difference between a slave and a free man is knowing what to do with your labor. As we speak, there is a dispute that is set into arbitration, and therefore I'll be very guarded in how I go into the details for obvious reasons. But you can't accuse us of rejoining our labor as we want when companies are doing their own thing when they should be allowing the status quo to remain. In other words, you know why it is always us labor that they're blaming? Because we make more noise, and that's what we have to do. That's what we have. We don't have the capital. We are not the ones that pay. We are not the ones that are hiring. So when you force us into arbitration, and you expect us to sit and wait, but the companies can go ahead and do what they want on the very set matters that are pending before arbitration, what do you expect us to do? And then we are accused of breaking procedure. I'm yet to hear this administration and other administrations call out companies and say you are breaking procedures. It's always labor. But that will not daunt us. We desire industrial peace, but we desire industrial justice. And just as our founding fathers were able to face all the different threats, blood, sweat, tears, and even life, giving up of life for what we have today, because our collective bargaining agreements is a reflection of the progress that we have made over the years, from slavery to now. But this is what guides the relationship between us, workers, labor, and capital. And therefore, anything that seeks to change that balance, because it's about equity. I was using an example, a I think it was to someone in the Ministry of Labor, but we were discussing a matter, and I said, if I have $100 to share between two people that requires transportation, one is living in St. Patrick and one is living in Grenville. If I take that $100 and I give each one of them $50, I've shared it equally. But the transport from St. Patrick may be $60 to get to St. George. From Grenville, maybe $40. If I give them 50-50, it is not equity. And therefore, this is where industrial relation comes in, and I'm making that appeal in this House. Do not change this imbalance. Do not change this balance. Out of the hundreds of companies that are represented in this country, how many times you hear, and I heard the minister in another forum speak about looking for industrial peace, and that's interesting, because I can tell you, the private sector, because you see the new process is designed to get industrial peace, and I understand that. The private sector, long before this current government came into office, and a few months before the election, the leadership, together with the leading private sector in the south of the island in the hotel sector, in my presence at the Ministry of Labor, lamented the fact that this matter is not yet resolved. Because see, that's part of the objective that they have. Administrations in the past have always refused to do it. But it's instructive for us. And colleagues on the other side, this is not party politics I'm speaking here. Please bear with me. Because most time, when this administration is in office, you find that what you call structural changes and legal changes, legislative changes, that shift the balance unevenly so many times, because what we have is our labor is done. In the 1990s, as I've indicated, in October of 2022, October-November of 2022, when there was industrial action on the port, it was the first time in years, first time I've ever seen, or we had ever seen, the Chamber of Industry and Commerce now feeling really powerful and strong, because in their view there's an administration leadership that will listen to them, because don't forget who used to be representing them, because these are historical facts. And we all do that. We look for advantages. It's called lobbying. Are you following me? Within the first day or so or two, and the Minister for Labor knows that, they put out a press release calling on the state to take immediate action to bring in police, do whatever it is. Right? They said, they indicated this is the first time that they are speaking out publicly on matters like these so soon. Then we had Hubbard's or whichever company with the profit sharing. The issue with the profit sharing, and thankfully, the Labour Minister did the right thing, which was not surprising, but I understood the different challenges out there because we spoke, right? They felt emboldened. We need to ask ourselves, why is it? After all these years, because years ago they were trying it, but they never made it public. We knew that. They felt emboldened to do that. When were all workers locked out in the Grenada breweries? In 2011, 2012. Who were in office? I'm saying, if we are not careful, every time this administration is in office, there are legislative issues that pops itself up that are fundamental to workers. I'm making this pronouncement because the minister has once again said that those changes will come about in the second quarter. I know Labour wrote, signed by all the unions. So it is up to the administration where you want these industrial relations to go on this matter. Because this is about our fundamental. Yes, there are challenges. There are challenges with enforcement. Yes. But what we have found, even in essential services where you have arbitration and everything, there are loopholes. I'm saying our fundamental rights. We can work together. We can continue discussing these matters. We can work together. We can continue discussing these matters. But when we look throughout the region, in the countries that have those, as in Trinidad, and I just call out two names, Because that's what we deal with for life. That's what we have dealt with. And we are connected throughout the region. The militancy of the workers have been stifled legislatively. And there will come that time, as with all human venture, when there will be that resistance. It may not be good for society, but it will be useful for society. And we have a history. Grenada has its own unique history. I'm just resting this there. Whatever it's worth. As it relates directly to the budget, because that's all part of it, there is no doubt that if the budget is a deficit budget, but sources of finance have been identified, I mean, I think we could all accept that. In other words, it's a deficit budget, but the sources of financing has been identified. So to say it is not a deficit budget is not properly speaking, if we want to educate the people that are listening. Because you see, it is true you didn't have a current account deficit. Because if you had a current account deficit, technically it is considered to be bankrupt. So you can have that, just as an observation. You know, it's a pity. I will speak to him, and I know he'll know that my colleague, who normally sits to my left, private sector rep, is not here. But in terms of his presentation, if I have to grade it, I will grade it as one of the best budget presentation I heard. Remember, I said budget presentation. I think you can, on the other side, you can use him. I mean, it was really eloquent, right, in terms of the budget presentation. Underline my word, budget presentation. Right, colleagues, the private sector observe, because according to the private sector, because that's the voice of the private sector, everything is good. They can't find workers to work. So you have a lot of work outside. But I can tell you, in many private sector companies, they will tell you that when they send out applications or notices, right, for applications, the amount of applications that they're receiving is much more than the jobs that they have. And that is why Senator Andrew may have identified and accepted that our education system requires some realignment. Because the jobs that are available, some of our people may not be best suited for it. So it is not necessarily correct to say that the place is filled up. The question of scarcity of labor, especially in construction, and I hear this talk over and over about looking to import labor. It has a lot to do with the issue that in some of these construction companies and sites, the way they want to treat workers without paying overtime on a Saturday, Sunday, on an evening. Grenadians won't work for that. And it's a history of immigrants. We leave and we go to the US, and we go to Canada, and we do the jobs that the locals will not do, because we go with an objective to beat the midnight oil and take the hot sun and the cold, because we have an objective. And the same way that they treat us in some instances, right? They don't pay us properly because we hide in. Yes? So I can tell you that on many construction sites, a number of people do not wish to work with some employers because they work late, and the ministry knows that. My colleague, I'm just taking a little chance because I see you all from time to time and speak, so. The ministry knows that. The Labor Commissioner knows that. The amount of cases that they have with employers refusing to pay the proper rate and overtime, even the minimum wage. And because we are living in Grenada, for a number of these workers, it is best to sit at home because the cost of getting ready to go to work, there's a cost for getting ready to go to work, you know. There's apart from transport, dress, eating, getting up, organizing your home. Some of them refuse to go. Because as we speak about unemployment so low, and we walk around the blocks and we see so many people on the blocks. Now I know, technically, although it was my dear colleague that questioned Context is key. That question, I think it was Senator Andrew. If it is not you, it is one of you also, just using you. That question, the government information relative to the definition of youth unemployment. Am I correct? Yes. Talking about certain age, the age 15, I think may be included in that. So you see, even from the government side, you're questioning your own information. Definition. Well, yes, well, information. Because true definition will come up with positions, you know. Because based on definition, we can make pronouncements. See, context is key. If we don't have the correct definition, then we'll have the wrong context. Colleagues, Labour is making a proposal that you look to reduce income tax from the 28% to 25%. There's an issue of overtime for a number of workplaces, and it took me a number of years. And my colleagues in the different companies who have always been telling me about it and I'm debating with them, I have finally understood over the last few months, years, what you are saying. It serves as a disincentive. Once you go above into that tax bracket, let us say the 28%, right, which is over $5,000 a month. Yes, $5,000 and more. It therefore means that every $1,000 you make, or every $100 you make, 28 automatically goes to the state. And for the worker, he or she is seeing this. Well, that doesn't make any sense to me. I'm getting up later in the night, I'm reaching home later, I have to leave my family. So some mechanism, in our view, ought to be found to address that issue because it impacts productivity. Some workers are refusing to work because it places them in a different tax bracket and therefore they get less. Under the budget statement, I wouldn't call it a page because I was using the electronic version and it does not align to the hard copy. I'll just call it number 3.1, development of Grenada hydrocarbon potential. We are looking forward to reading the comprehensive update. I mean, it was very scarce on information. And the reason why we are looking forward is that it provides an opportunity for creating employment. So we look forward to this. On the Kiwana Bay project site and expansion, we haven't seen any timeline. I mean, it just says that this has been done. I mean, we are speaking here. It's good to give us a timeline. I mean, you know, so it's useful, it's important. Don't allow us to feel that we are just pulling things just to say things. Give us some information. On the question of the reform of the Marketing and National Important Board, we see the new name that has been proposed. We want to know whether or not there was any consultation held with the shareholders, for instance, the stakeholders, for instance, like the farmers, etc. And we recognize that it says import, export, right? What is the main objective? Is it import or export, right? Or is it just a name? We want to know what is the main objective behind this. Under the question of pension, public sector pension reform. I'm making this appeal. There are other matters that we'll address, which everyone is aware of. The question of the sort of Bihari approach and the workers who are working in established position, like in the hospital, that the nurses that you are not yet addressing, yes, because you know once you made them permanent, as they ought to have been made, they would have been entitled to the 1958 pension. You have not done that. You have not done that. And I am wondering, when I listen to Senator Charles, and I found her to be extremely detailed and data-driven based on the information that she gave. I wondered, and I'm still wondering, whether or not a number of matters in the hospital is not addressed because the objective is to statutarize, and therefore there will be a cry, continued cry, for what you call new management. Because it is not adding up. I'll tell you something, colleagues. I said so before, and I'll say it again. After the change in administration, I found that, we will now move away from what we considered, a number of us, a concrete, focused administration. Because there's no doubt that in terms of the infrastructure development under the past administration, they focused a lot on that. And we found that where they're lacking was in the human aspect, the human resource aspect. And listening to the new administration, I said yes, and we said yes. But in almost every post I see, in almost every high praises I see from the administration through MIT, it's about the same thing. Why can't we have those positive reports in terms of implementation, in terms of healthcare? It's possible, it's doable. Once you make it that focus, we are almost into 3 years. You have created a completely new institution, ministry, to unblock the pipes. But where it is clogged in the Ministry of Health, it's not been unblocked. And these are essential. I'm sure the population will be prepared to undergo some challenges in other aspects of life if our health care is given priority. It affects all of us. So under the public sector, I'm making an appeal that the administration has said that the pension reform was designed to prevent people from going home in poverty. And we say, yeah, okay, good. But you have disqualified hundreds of people, if not thousands, hundreds, certainly hundreds of people. Remember that age group and that years of service? If you give 15 years of service or more and you're 50 years and above, you're excluded from the new reform in terms of what is called the past service and etc. These people are going home in poverty. The very same thing that you are saying you are seeking to do. So it is not correct to say that you have addressed the issue of poverty of the people going home. These people who have given 15 years of service and are 50 years and above, your new reform, they are not entitled to it. And we are making this request of you to address this issue because they are our mothers, our sisters, our brothers, our fathers who have given years of service to this country. Let me go back to a point made by the private sector representative. The private sector representative, in responding to the position adopted or proposed by the government to what we call stiff penalties for people who do not pay the taxes, he said these things are words that effect are draconian. It's draconian. He's up on this. Well, come on, I mean, if you don't pay your tax, what do you expect? Not only this, under the current tax regime, the law also provides for the taxpayer to apply for an extension before the deadline. In this case, interest will not be charged. So before interest is charged, if you make an application for extension, there will be no interest. If taxpayers, especially businesses, do the right thing, then there will be no need for the imposition of penalties. As a matter of fact, what we should do, and what I'm doing, is to call on for the resources to be given to the IRD department to enforce those things to make sure that people comply, make sure that the businesses comply. 2 years ago, they were given what? Tax amnesty. And we are back here. In 2012 or 2013, thereabouts, 2010, there's another tax amnesty. So if we enforce the tax laws, it will do well for all of us.
Madam President,
well, I addressed the issue about our economy was not able to grow beyond 4% over the past few years, 3 or 4 years. And according to the governor of the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, who I dare say, the ECCB Monetary Council, I expect all of them to possibly resign. Because if the governor is being singled out for the authorization or the spending of those monies that he cannot do on his own. I would expect collective responsibility. And those in the leadership of the region that is calling for his head should be calling for all the ministers of finance and everyone to take the same responsibility and work. I just thought I should plug that in there. Yes? Colleagues, our information is that the policy unit is currently challenged. Policy unit in the Ministry of Finance. Currently challenged. A number of people have left in terms of experience. They are new people. So it is impacting the work of the policy unit. Making this appeal for urgent attention to be placed there. We are also calling for a rebasing of the items of goods in the basket of goods. I think the last, there have been 20, probably 10 years or more ago, 13 years ago. So we're asking for the rebasing to be done. The information says that consumer price declined in 2024 from the previous high levels in 2023. I ask each one here, Madam President, I'm not sure I could ask you that, but I'll venture still, as we're all Grenadians. I'm waiting to hear if anyone here can tell me that the monies that they were going to the supermarket with last year, if they go the same amount this year, if they could get the same amount of goods that they got last year. This is saying that we have a decline. Ask each and every one of my colleagues on the other side to ponder on this, because we all go to the supermarket. The unemployment rate, low. As I said, I'm seeing a number of people around. The scientists and them behind the professionals in terms of issues surrounding unemployment says that unemployment could also be impacted by not just a mismatch sometimes, although it is defined some instances as whether or not you're actively looking for work. Sometimes you can reach a stage where you're no longer actively looking for work because you have lost confidence in the system. In other words, you have made so many attempts to get a job, or even the job that you get sometimes can't make ends meet, that you just give up. So these things are important as policymakers for us to review to see how best we can help address those issues. And therefore, interventions on the blocks, discussions on the blocks will be important in terms of the community discussions. The Ministry of Social Services, Sister Minister, will be important in addressing this issue, because I know you care about ordinary people. Right? I'm not making a case for you to be the one in that place. You all saw that out. Right? Yes, but I'm saying I know you care about people. We just read the tea leaves. You know what I mean? On the grant, that's table 1 of the budget, total grants, because the grants received in 2024 was 2.1 million. I see we are now projecting, 13.3 million in terms of budgetary support. So we would like to know where this will come from. Now, although the sources of finance have been identified to address the deficit, a major concern that we have is that when you keep dipping into the reserves, when that is depleted, what will happen in the case of if we have some external shock? It is Labour's plea that we do not do anything to bring us back into going into structural adjustment programs. Because every time we are the ones who have to carry these challenges, these sacrifices. We see the suspension in the FRA until 2027. Till 2027. Beryl has been the stand-up figure for this, when I think it is about 16-point-something% of the GDP that was impacted. Grenada was not put on hold. Grenada was functional. And if Beryl calls us to suspend all the rules until 2027, we have to start wondering, what is the issue behind that? What is the issue behind that and it's anybody's guess as to what may be a major factor coming up. So even if these things have been done, it is understandable that if things are tight with you, then you're going to your reserves. That's understandable. But we are asking for caution and prudence, and not to be just deeping and spending because it is there. I think we could all agree. The other side could also agree. This side of the aisle could agree that it is because of the FRA that brought certain restrictions on the lavish spending of governments, including the past one that used to be spending all over the place. My partner Coxon, right? Senator, and he knows that. The FRA came in to put certain measures in place. That assisted us to be able to dip, and this administration able to find, that's why he met probably a pregnant treasury, right? But remember, in all pregnancy, there will be birth. Yes, some takes longer, some come before. And sometimes, all depends on how you beat up yourself, it might come faster than. So we just strengthen this as a caution. Because we are prepared to make sacrifices, but it just becomes overbearing. Because when you pass a deficit budget, it creates doubt for investors, the international community. Um, 6.2, accelerating our transformative agenda. To be quite frank with you, colleagues, you're looking at the budget, I've not seen anything to be wowed about. I see it as a maintenance, maintenance, but in terms of, as you speak about accelerating, that's 6.2 of the transformative agenda. And Madam President, I heard you keep asking the question over and over. I'll venture to answer it. I have not found the budget to be in line with what one would call transformative, in order to be able to take us on a leap up. It is maintaining the status quo, right, in the challenges, right? So I've not been able to see, yes, it has moved to 1 point something, billion? 1.9. 15 years ago, it was about 700 and, it didn't reach $1 billion. It didn't reach $1 billion. So it took about 15 years to get there. Right? I think it's about 2009 thereabouts. So I have not seen it. I've looked at it, gone through the different issues. Increased access to education. As we increase the access, my brother and friend, Senator Andrew, it is also important to increase the quality. Yes, the quality output. And I know you have identified that. But permit me, through you, Madam President, my minister ought to have a series of experience. Were you see Chief Education Officer under the past administration? So you have been there, done that. So in other words, you ought to be able to, and I'm calling this out so that you will go back into the memories, right? To see that those challenges that you had at that time or your ministry had, and see if we can tweak it if it was not implemented, to see what can be done. So you have an advantage. And I expect to see you continue to do those work. Already expanding and diversifying of our economic base. I see it as very informal, but we want to encourage the formalization of that sector so in order to reduce the size of the informal sector. Colleagues, very quickly, I must address, if we go onto the estimates, what I addressed here were items identified directly from the budget statement. If we go to the estimates, table 12, page 50, list of vacancies for 2025. I see on page 70 a total of 1,609 total vacancies. We would like to know, and probably the leader of government business, and that could help us make a better pronouncement on the budget, whether or not it is intention to fill all these positions in 2025. That's on the list of vacancies 2025, a total of 609 total vacancies. But what is interesting is that under the Ministry of Health, on the list of vacancies. And remember, we have not regularized or made permanent any heightened nurses and medical people. We have seen that a total of 241 list of vacancies. 241. Under RN, registered nurses, I'm seeing 24, so I'm just calling the figures so colleagues, nurses assistant, 30, district medical officers, 18, junior pharmacists, 11, staff nurse, 13, mental health, 64. Under the Ministry of Agriculture, Senator Sinclair, I'm seeing that there are 130 vacancies for 2025. Ministry of Education, 168, Minister. Ministry of Finance, 153. And under police, 193. So that's why we're asking if all of these are intended to be filled. Because see, but the document didn't give us those sort of information. And I know you keep asking the question, but don't hold us here. Let me rephrase that. Because the colleagues on the other side, the ministers, my understanding, I expected to develop on, after the minister makes his or her presentation, to say what will be done. I mean, the last person before me, and that's why I see the tongue of St. George is a real campaign speech, you know, right? You know what I mean? Well, understand that, you know, I'm saying. So we can't, it's difficult for us. Remember, we are not in the bowels of the administration. We don't have the first-hand data. So when they do not spend the time, I'm not telling them what to do. That's entirely up to them. But as the president of the Senate, you keep asking that question. Keep asking that question. I can't help much. I could respond to that information which I know. So I've made an overall impression of the budget. But in terms of what we call detailed information, it is lacking. So that's why we're asking this. Under the General Hospital, if we all agree, and we must agree, that health must be a priority. In our view, it should be one, but the minister said, okay, it is education, right? If you get sick while you're studying, understand the context. On the key priorities, that is vote 50, page 868, so I'm making it easy for colleagues. Key priorities and strategies. It is totally blank. So it is no wonder why health is in the state that it is. Probably 2 years, I think it was about 2 years ago, when sitting close to where the AG sits right now, I wouldn't say the dismissed minister, can't say that. When he lamented the fact, as Minister of Health, of the challenges, and I say, well, you shouldn't be there. And I'm saying right now, we are here, and there's absolutely nothing under the key priorities and strategies for 2025 is totally blank. How could I come and make a pronouncement on the intention? I would have to conclude, well, no one seems to care. This is not me. Go to page, I'm making it easy for the listening public and for all my colleagues here, who I know will share my view. I don't sit in cabinet, but I want to be able to make some pronouncement and give some advice in this house. I can't. Totally blank. As a matter of fact, no achievement was listed in 2024, and probably that's true. This is not me. In that document, that has some issues with lining up. So I took a straight edge, and I tried to line up. I said, because they said in the beginning they had some issues with the format. And zilch, zero, nada. How could I make a pronouncement? We are here in 2025. What do I know it is necessary to increase or decrease the amount allocated for health and the others when there is no report from this in terms of to make a comparison? We need to do better than that. We are really concerned with the quality outlook for the information provided for this debate. On the pension and gratuities, in 2023, I think it was 2023, 2024, there was a breakdown as to what is the 1958, what you call this, separate from NIS, etc. Everything is lumped right now. Everything is lumped right now under the 2025. On the Appendix 1, I want to applaud the ministry, as I said, for looking to increase, Ministry of Labor, for looking to increase the manpower. Yes, I wish to do that, and I know the Labor Commissioner has been clamoring for that.
People
Yes.
power, people power.
Huh?
People power, not just manpower.
Sorry, yes, I stand corrected by that. No, I stand people power. Or I'll go further to now say woman power. Because the Labor Commissioner is a woman, so I can safely say that because I'm speaking directly of her, but I'll be guided by you by saying people power. Oh, okay. They were looking to increase from 15 to 24 by 9 established positions, so that's commendable once it is, although these positions would not be entitled to the 1958 pension. Yes? Some maybe. But then that's what we are saying. Why didn't we do the right thing first? By going through the process and determining all who qualifies to be under the established position before we came in with the 2024 reform. Because another headache that's going to end up in court. And we keep kicking it in. No, obviously, 500 people or more got the pension, and that must be applauded. And because we marched the street for that, we didn't get that because any government wanted to give it, We got that because we marched the streets for years. And we had industrial dispute unrest for years. Yes? Yeah, well, I'm glad that this current administration got the heart, because I tell you, Hamlet Armstrong won a case in 2011 that the then current party that was in office then did nothing about. And that is where the battle started. So I'm just saying, right? I'm just for historical purposes. No, you're just going. No, but you speaking about 23 years ago. You see, you can't do that. You can't determine through you, Madam President, when it's feasible for you to talk about 23 years. I can't talk about 10 years. I heard my colleague, although I was not there, and my absence from the Senate had to do with an industrial matter, and I thought my colleague minister would have been in solidarity with me and been in the ministry with me, so I said both of us were missing the Senate. When I reached there, I recognized I had to bring out the document for her to sign. And poor me, down there, and the minister is up here. But anyway, I understand. Yeah. I know. I just read it, but I'm good at that because see, that's where I belong. What got me to this house here is not being here now. It's been on the street. I've been on the front line. So I would prefer to be absent from here while I'm doing the workers' work outside there. But I will be respectful and send a notification that I can't make it. So it's not about me, it's about us and service. I also found it interesting that with the pronouncement of one public service, yet still there are new positions created that is called unestablished positions in the budget. Yes, because you're moving from 119 to 136, that's on Appendix 1. The same thing, so I don't understand. I don't understand that. Now, let me go. How about, would I get it automatic? Well, it's not automatic. The standing order says that the president may give 15 minutes more. They say me at your discretion. If you tell me no, I will know how to chop and cut. If you tell me what it is, then I will know how to.
Thank you, Senator. According to your clock, you have
12 more minutes.
12 minutes left from what I can see. So what is your minimum additional required?
Well, I did ask for 20, but no, I know I did that because I heard my colleague who was a trade unionist as a negotiator asking for 15.
There are not.
No, but no, at your, to be honest with you, I can manage.
12 and 8 will be 20 minutes. You want to try 20 in total?
Okay, so 10, thanks.
Thank
10.
you, sir.
10 beyond that, beyond the 12. Colleagues, I am making a,
beyond the 12.
Thank you. I'm making, right, so it passed. I'm making a request. This is not about politicking. This is about human beings. The Chinese houses, It was given to us to give to people. Let me repeat. It was given to us to give to people who can't afford. I heard one of my colleagues on this side were presenting. A comment was made on the other side, all has been sold. And to Grenadians, and that's okay. And whether in the diaspora or not, Grenadians. But if it is done at the expense of people looking for homes that they can't get, ordinary Grenadians, we can't support that. How our Chinese comrades will be feeling. And therefore, I'm saying if. Because as we speak in Carriacou, there are people who are still sleeping under tents and tarpaulin. And if there are places that they can get a more comfortable rest in these houses, if they are not occupied, then why not? Then why not? I'm harboring a guess. If it is people who are in dire need of housing, and all the houses have been sold, most of it would have been occupied. Prove me wrong, and I'm willing to back off. Our Cuban brothers and sisters, who in spite of the worst economic blockade and warfare against them, goes to all parts of the world to help people. The Chinese Communist Party that took the majority of people out of poverty gave us these houses. If we are guided by just selling and leaving out people by saying that they will get houses some other time, and the human factor didn't come into play for us, it's difficult to stomach this. No, if I am wrong, tell me I'm wrong. I've been asking that for the past year. I've been saying this. If the people who have received those houses, yes, if there are people who require houses and the fact that they couldn't get it is because they couldn't access a loan, but they qualify for it in terms of the living condition, I'm saying they ought to have been given first. I agree with the government to put systems in place to ensure that people are paid, yes, to maintain their houses. But if it is the case that people who have not qualified for a loan but are in dire need of a good living condition, and who under the past procedures would have received those houses, it's difficult for us as representative of workers to accept that. And I do remember hearing in some places like this team, and I'm just saying that, not just being provocative, but just to respond to, apparently my colleagues on the other side may not have had some memories. I do remember hearing about 500 houses per parish, and then it was 500 for the year. Yes? No, 500 per parish was still on the campaign trail? What? Sorry, Madam Minister. No, you see, when they come across here, sorry, yeah. Okay, Madam, I'm going on. Madam, I'm going on. I want to applaud the administration for the approach of the first generation scholarship. I like the thought process. You know, it shows, and this is what I call wowing. I'm not seeing it in the budget, or I'm seeing the overall budget, but I'm saying issues like this, when you will take a policy position and try to put it in practice, whereby you're identifying the homes, right, that no one has ever graduated from a university, and you're making this as a policy and a practical approach, you must be applauded for that. Because there is no doubt that we do look up to our elder brothers and sisters from the households. And many times you can see it. And that's the impact that SGU had and continue to have on the South. I have been speaking to another of my colleagues from Jamaica, and they spoke about how the location where the UWI campus is, and how years before that the level of poverty and illiteracy, etc., that were in that area, and the positive impact that the university, the atmosphere, have had on the immediate community, and this must be applauded. So any household that someone can look up, a niece, a nephew, a brother, and say, look, wow, he went to university, right? I want to do that too. That could only be good for us, and therefore that must be applauded. Yes? Right. On the question of productivity, that the employer class tends to want to beat up on us, workers many times. There's a management issue that is confronting the workplaces. If you have good management, you'll put systems in place that you can monitor work, you'll give work, you will coach, you'll emulate, you'll have training. Yesterday, I attended the funeral service of a dear Grenadian veteran, Comrade Selwyn Coutain, former employee of telephone company Grentel Cable and Wireless. It was a very good outpouring from those of us who worked in this company. The day before that, we buried another veteran, Drew Adams, from out of St. David. Our Grenadian soldiers are diners, everybody else, but they are veterans, and that's why they stand out. And therefore, we look forward to, it's not part of the workers' issue, the monument, official monument for the Grenadian soldiers. Why have I reached there? You know, we were reminiscing yesterday, and the issue of customer service came up. We said, wow, it is such a far cry from the days when we were in the company. And one of the differences, major differences, is that in those days, the company and companies in Grenada invested in training. So you went through different levels of customer services training. I mean, the basic human being, responsible, respectable human being, will have the basic foundation, yes, that you build upon. But the aspect of how do you deal with pressure, how do you deal with irate customers, etc., requires training many times. And therefore, the companies do not invest in this. You'll have a difficulty. So when they speak about lack of productivity and low productivity, transportation comes into play. When you drive along that road from the north of the island, the eastern corridor, the western side of the island, workers can't get to work on time. And I applaud the government effort to try to address the issue with school children, because Labour has been clamoring for that for years. So the pilot project to address school children is commendable. But we have the view that something can be done faster and ought to have already been done to address the issue of national transportation. We call on the business community, especially those in the hotel sector. Tourism, I'll tell you, is not everybody's business. Tourism is the business of those who own the hotels in the south. Most of the workers are paid the minimum wage. They have to work at home to go home. How much would it take from the hoteliers? And those, especially in the south, and other parts of the island where, especially our women folk, and I'm going to make a distinction, because our society is not yet advanced to that level of where, you know, they'll quickly attack a woman on the road. That's a fact, in terms of vulnerability, in terms of safety. So permit me, Madam President, to generalize it. How does a hotelier, who is recognized right throughout the world as having one of the best hotels in the world, be it 5 stars, 6 stars, probably 6 point something stars, 7 stars. Yes? How do they sleep at night? How do they feel accepted on an award for the provision of service that is done by the very said workers, where the vast majority are women? But you don't care about the safety to reach home? I can't say it any other way. And while the government takes its merry time, and I'm saying merry time, because it's urgent enough to qualify it so, to address national transport, even if to run at a particular time from 7 in the night, even if. And even if it takes to work out with the private bus owners an arrangement. I know as a matter of fact that there were bus associations that were prepared, and Senator Cox would remember that. I chastised them when they did not have the bus association and others on the transport board. It was a disservice. Real chastised, and I'm therefore calling on the current administration to engage. If you do not want to bring in a bus, like what we call PTS, whatever it is, them coaster buses, give some incentive to have whatever format that ply the main routes. And at the same time, call out the hoteliers and the others in the south, because the development of the island has been skewed heavily to the south. Yes, skewed heavily to the south. And therefore, the south is overweighted. So our people have to leave the northern part of the island and make it down here. And then because transportation is so expensive, the average worker pays 30-something% of their salary towards transport. We are speaking about food, clothing. Yet, and then they have to bunk out in some places and make them vulnerable. So this is a human cry. Colleagues, I'm looking forward for that transformation. I'm looking forward to that transformation. And it could be done. It could be done, and it ought to be done. Unions have been discussing with some workplaces in which we have been making some progress, the provision of transport. There are 1 or 2 small incremental progress. But if these companies want concessions, and when they come in, when these hoteliers and other business places come into the country, the CBI fund, or IMA, is IMA now, right? Why can't we put aside a percentage of this money to throw it into transportation so that we can address the issue of productivity? When the streets are lined with school children also. I know there's a pilot project, but the others are still going to school age because they go with their parents. If we seriously want to address the issue of productivity, it starts with moving from one place to the other. It's a logistical issue. Yes, there'll always be challenges at the workplace. That's why you have structures, you have managers, you have supervisors, because it is accepted that all of us, if the president don't pull up on us inside it from time to time, we'll talk across the aisle. Right? And we won't speak when we have to speak. Because it is honest, no, it's a human factor. So at the workplace, you have supervisors who ought to be part of the overall objective of the company. After discussing with workers, and you have plans, you have targets, you identify the resources, the tools needed, and you get buy-in. Madam President, we have worked in workplaces, not just myself alone, that had that down to a T. It enhances your discipline. You look forward to going to work because you know what the achievement is, what the objectives are. And therefore, you can sit with your supervisor and say, some say chief, some say boss, some say, I don't say boss, but just, it's not me I'm speaking about. Look, you know, I can't do X or Y because I don't have the tools. Or can't do X or Y, I don't have the training. And the appraisal is done quarterly, where you identify weaknesses and challenges, and then there is a plan. Just as how there is a plan for maintaining vehicles. If you don't, these companies send their vehicles into the service at a scheduled time. So why can't we have the retooling of our workers from time to time? And let us make preparation to be able to help retool and retrain our workers, because that will improve and increase our productivity. It will increase our GDP. And we have a direct and a bias and a selfish interest. Labor has that interest, selfish, if we must say, for the increase in productivity and increase in our gross domestic product. But we're calling for the even distribution, the fair distribution of the wealth. Because I can tell you, the world is not worse off today because there is less to go around. There's more to go around. The Elon Musk and them of this world are 10 times or so richer than they were before the crisis. A number of companies in Grenada have made much more. Look at the statements from the banks. Look at them. One of the banks that had the workers on the outside for weeks, Madam Minister, that you had to deal with. And if we force them to arbitration and they don't agree, they could tie it up. Take that from me, because we have walked that road. What broke them was when they challenged a worker and they said, look, we will not pay you for the days you're out. And the workers came out with more gusto and they said, you can take our pay because there's a bigger fight we are fighting. Cause and effect. Cause and effect. So what we are calling for, 3 more minutes, I will be done. What we are calling for is for that approach, and that's the role of labor. Eh? The role of labor, historically, which we need to continue doing, is to help create those balances to have an even playing field. I look forward to the continued work. I know we are almost 4 months. Whatever can be used from the budget to make life better for our people. Let us continue to target the people who are more vulnerable. And here again, Madam President, through you, I'm making an appeal to the Minister of Social Services to please, the promises that were made, and I clapped, I was in the back here, I clapped when it was said that whatever the past administration had put on the 150, and I'll keep speaking about it, right? That came up to about $1,800 a year. Please pay it back to these people. The Carriacou 5, we said there's no victimization, so we identify that some bureaucrat is not paying the Prime Minister his constituency allowance, right? And he had to go to court and he didn't fire anybody, right? But the ordinary 5 sisters from Carriacou, and I can't come up with any other word than victimization. I can't, as much as I may try. Because the letter that was written to them quoted the public service rules. And under the public service rules, you must be given a hearing. And I can tell you, and I know as a fact, that after they recognized the blunder that they made, it wasn't a blunder, but based on the objective, they had to change. All of the letters that they wrote were changed. And the workers of faith who worked, I'll keep clamoring for them. Go after faith. Whether Miss Faith was here or not, or is here, I don't know. Yes? Go after the faith company and the owners of faith. But ordinary workers. Because the majority of things that you have done through you, Madam Minister, are things that we fought for. Demonstrate to the ordinary working class man and woman, an ordinary villager, that it is not about big ticket items only, but you'll show that you have a heart. And therefore I make this plea as my 8th minute arrive. Thank you, Madam President, and wish everyone all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Andre Lewis. Your customary clarity and passion has come through. I think this brings us to the last member of the Senate to debate the bill, the motion. And I offer the floor to the Leader of Government Business in the Senate, Senator Adrian Thomas.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I really empathize with my fellow senators who have really and truly stood up to the test of time for these 2 long days. And I really want to congratulate all those who have remained for the entire debate. They have shown resilience and the commitment to really and truly being part and parcel of this process of building this beautiful country. And I want to applaud them sincerely. Madam President, I am sure because every time I come to this house, I am being reminded over and over again that this administration must be doing this administration must be doing that. Well, we take all those advice on board. But I want to warn this house, and I want to warn the general public, that we can only do it bit by bit with all hands on deck. Nobody in this country, and if you're brave enough, stand up and say that this administration is an idle administration. We are not idle. From the time we took office in 2022, we have been working consistently in the interests of the Grenadian people, both at home and abroad. But, Madam President, before I go into my response and my rebuttal, I want to say up front how grateful I am for this opportunity. And I want to again thank the Ministry of Tourism, the Creative Economy and Culture, the GTA, Greater Tourism Authority, and all stakeholders of this very important industry. Madam President, I want to single out two of my advisors, Mr. Orlando Romain and Mrs. Nalin Joseph. They have been fantastic for the past year, and I expect to get a lot from them in the coming year. Madam President, I want to thank the senators for their contribution on both sides of the House. We have been taking notes. We really and truly are grateful for your contribution, and will make maximum use of it. To you, Madam President, the clerk, and your staff, thank you very much. But, Madam President, I will try my best not to be that long. But I do not want it to go unnoticed. Because, Madam President, the little scenario that we had in regards to the objection of Senator Civil Francis, I really want to congratulate you for being so professional and calling us into your chamber to discuss this very important matter. I really wanted to go on record. But, Madam President, I made an observation, and I really don't want us to take it personal. I observe a very half-hearted withdrawal of what was said and what Senator Francis objected to. I am frightened because I do not want at any point in time that any action and inaction appears as though we senators are violating the orders of this House. So I want to warn my colleagues that we have to be man enough. And when we use language that is not appropriate for this House, we must say sorry, Madam President, and show respect to the President at all costs. That is only how we will grow. And we have to be man enough and say, yes, I'm sorry. Mankind. I always learn from you, Andrew. Thank you very much. So, Madam President, going forward, I hope we really and truly take my good advice. Madam President, there was a big subject in this House here, and also in the other place when the budget debate was going on. The issue of cutting and slashing, and always on the opposition side. And when I say the opposition side, the other side. I look at my senator from agriculture for the farmers and labor, but you're on the other side, not on government side. And Madam President, we conveniently select line items in budgets and talk about cutting in that particular area and cutting in this particular area. So we look at police uniform, and if we budgeted $300,000 last year and we budget $150 this year, that's an issue. But Madam President, the real truth of the matter comes when we look at the budgetary allocation overall of last year. we realize we have a budget of $1.7 billion. We're cutting and we're slashing. And we look at the budget figures for 2025, we'll realize that there is a budgetary allocation of $1.9 billion. Where is the cutting and the slashing? Madam President, we have to be fair and truthful. And don't say things that conveniently. Madam, there is nothing wrong. We cannot continue going up the ladder for every single item year after year. There comes a time when less could be more. It could be more, based on circumstances. We may have to shift resources. One of the fisher folk may identify a pool of tuna close to our shores. Big money in Europe for us. We may have to immediately reallocate resources to the fishing folk and send them after the tuna so we could export more and on more foreign exchange. And that is the dynamics of a government that is astute and ready to make the necessary adjustment in the interests of the Grenadian people. So we're not afraid to change things around. Line items, Madam President, in any budget will change from time to time, and we are not afraid to change things. Madam President, our dream of bringing a hospital into Grenada going to take a lot of resources, and there will be more cutting and slashing in other areas to facilitate that dream. We will not starve our Grenadian people. We will not starve them. We will not deprive them of a livelihood. But at the end of the day, for the overall good, we will do what is necessary in moving this country forward, Madam President. Madam President, some people are very frightened in terms of getting out of the box. We're not afraid of that. When we talk about free lunches and free tuition and scholarships and total scholarships across the board, this is getting out of the box. We are not remaining in the box. And every time schools start to reopen, we handpick people and say, look at envelope. $50, $100, $200, buy something to go back to school. We have been doing that for decades and it's not working. The real impact, Madam President, will be seen in the free lunches, the free tuition, the free scholarships, one university graduate per home, first generation. That is how our society will grow and develop. This piecemeal, transactional behavior will not, and has proven time and time again, it may satisfy the people who want votes, but it will not bring the country where we ought to be. So we will think outside the box, Madam President. Some people believe that if we take on monumental projects, the people are going to starve. And there's a saying, if you're waiting on the pasture to grow and the grass to grow, the horse will starve. No. We know how to grow. We know how to sectionize what we have. And while we grow in the grass and inside that, the horse will be maintained. The horse will be maintained. It will be useless not putting a structure in place to maintain and develop the growth of the animal while we grow in grass. What are you growing grass for? Are somebody stupid? We're not. So, Madam President, we will go ahead with Project Polaris. We will work and we will make it work. And at the same time, 100% attention will be paid to the healthcare in the community of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. Make no bones about that. Madam President, we are not afraid to send our citizens across the globe to study. We are not afraid to invest heavily. We are not afraid to take over $700,000 and send one individual to SGU to learn medical medicine. To learn medicine, Madam President. We will not do that. We're not afraid to do that. We will invest in them. Even though we run the risk, and some people are frightened because they run the risk that when you educate people, the people start to see for themselves. They start to analyze for themselves. They can make independent decisions, and they are frightened that when you are educated, you become a little liberated. and you can make independent decision. We are not afraid of the independent decision because our performance in this administration, Madam President, is in the interest of the Grenadian people, and an educated man can see the right and know exactly what to do when the election comes. We're not afraid of that. We're not afraid, Madam President, to deal with Project 500. And as I look in our party manifesto, it's online, and I read, an NDC-led government will partner with the private sector to launch our first-time home owner program. Our goal is to construct 500 Grenada-style homes for sale to low and middle-income wage earners and our youth. What's wrong with that? Housing is a serious problem, and it's not a problem that we construct. It's a problem that has been there for decades, and people are afraid to tackle it because they do not want to move out of the box. Within the box, what has been going on, Madam President? 2 windows, 2 doors, a couple sheets of ply, a couple sheets of galvanized, and every time the election comes, they speed up that process. Some people who are in need, Madam President, they have a lot of these materials still under the house because they cannot find the labor. The difference is, we are not giving no 2 windows and 2 doors and 2 sheets of ply and 2 sheets of galvanized. Madam President, circumstances may dictate that. If the person needs a door or a window, and if that's going to give them a complete, well-deserved, reasonable dwelling space, no problem with that. But we, this administration, Madam President, we are not frightened to build a complete home for an individual and give them a decent toilet and move them away from pit latrine. We're going to take the bull by its horn and make sure whatever housing assistance we give an individual turns out to be a perfect home that they can afford. And that is what we mean when we say we move it out of the box. Madam President, the Chinese houses, we must acknowledge and we must be truthful. I heard the Senator Andrew Lewis made the point, but we must be honest with ourselves. Yes, we are grateful for the houses from the Chinese, but Madam President, when we got the houses, it was a shell. And we believe that our people deserve much more than that. We took the resources of our country and we give them a decent, we retrofit the facilities, kitchen, closets, toilets, properly partitioned. What's wrong with that? Our people deserve better. They deserve to have, just like us, what we enjoy, they deserve to enjoy too. And therefore, we make no apology for improving and building on what the Chinese gave us so that our Grenada citizens can have a decent home. Madam President, we are not afraid to empower our people. We are not frightened of them being in a position of making independent decisions. Madam President, we will move forward without anybody getting left. Madam President, and the issue of Carriacou and Petite Martinique. First of all, I want to start off by informing this House that the matter of the 5 that was raised by Senator Andrew Lewis has been resolved once and for all. And I want to hear, and this is about the 3rd time I've heard it in this Parliament, this House, Madam President. But Madam President, if I was not in Carriacou for Carnival, I would have really and truly believed the story that I heard from Senator Cox. Because he's my very good friend and I really enjoy being in the house with Senator Cox. Genuinely. Whenever I meet him outside of Parliament, we do have a good time. But, Madam President, sometimes you have to put politics aside. And Senator Cox will definitely be remembered for his love, for his country, for his island. He will be remembered for seeking the interests of the citizens of Carriacou and Petite Martinique. But, Madam President, to make the statement that houses are under toppling in Carriacou and Petite Martinique, and to ignore the point that houses have been covered, I want to remind this honorable House that there are still government buildings without even toppling the grader from Ivan. There are government buildings that has not even been looked at. Madam President, my experience the 2 days after Hurricane Beryl, when I went to Carriacou, and we braced the harbor, I'm not ashamed to say, tears filled my eyes. And when I approached the MP, before he could have stretched his hand and I could have stretched mine, I saw a big man cry. And I didn't meet him in his home, he was on the ground. As a matter of fact, the night hurricane came, he did not take him in his house. He took him in the shelter with the people. And therefore, I want us, despite what one may think of an individual, the role that MP Tevin Andrew played during that very difficult moment cannot go unnoticed, Madam President. And to come here and don't even mention and give credit to the MP and the government for really taking charge of Hurricane Beryl long before and long after the hurricane came to Grenada. We saw the Commander-in-Chief taking charge. And therefore, Madam President, I want to commend, let it go place on record, the role that MP Tevin Andrew played in bringing hope to the people in those difficult moments, Madam President. Madam President, sometimes we need to take things in context. And if you don't put it in context, sometimes it could be very misleading. And context is key. Madam President, going back to my visit to Carriacou for Carnival, I didn't hear anything mentioned about Carriacou Carnival. I mean, personally, if I had to advise Carriacou for Carnival 2025, I'd say, simmer down. But the good folks said, no, we're going to have our carnival. It was not at the level they would have liked it. But, Madam President, the people wanted to let go. And that is what happened on Juve morning. The crowd was a massive crowd, Madam President. People came out, they enjoyed themselves. And I will tell you, based on circumstances, it was a good carnival for 2025 in Carriacou. And I think we must not trivialize that. Madam President, the situation in Carriacou in regards to Paradise Beach, one of the world, first-class beaches in the Caribbean, from where it was after Beryl to where it is now, chalk and cheese. A job well done by all the volunteers who left Grenada and went up to Carriacou, and the people in Carriacou. They came together and they make sure that was properly done. Madam President, The cleanup campaign in Carriacou has been tremendous. I mean, I don't know how many people went up there a couple of days after burial and who went up recently. People are happy to see what is going on in Carriacou. This administration, this government, together with the parliamentary representative, we have done a fantastic job in restoring cleanliness in Carriacou and Petit Martinique. We may not have built all the homes, but it's going to take time. We cannot ignore the fact that after a couple of months, all the schools were up and running, Madam President, and the Minister of Education is right here. Business places are up and running. Guest houses and hotels are up and running. There is life in Carriacou, Madam President. And we must not use the opportunity to let the public imagine or contemplate that we are not, as a government, we are not doing anything to advance Carriacou and Petit Martinique. Madam President, I heard my good friend, Senator Dwight Hufford. Madam President, I want to advise that we have some serious dialogue with the people that just step in and step out, hear them, listen to themselves, and then go. We have to address that. This is a serious institution, and as a matter of fact, it's not free anymore. We've been paid people. We pay people to come here. I sit down here I reach here before 9 in the morning. Last Monday, I got here 45 minutes before, and I last left. I did the same thing today because I believe the state is taking care of us to do their work, and we must do it efficiently and effectively. And as I listen to him analyze his budget, this budget, well, I say his budget because really and truly, the analysis that was given, I don't know where it came from. I mean, I want to place on record, with due respect to everybody, despite how we may think of the World Bank and the IMF, we have been dealing with them, and I believe they are much more authoritative figure on this subject matter than anybody else for this situation. I believe. And therefore, I will quote from them. I will quote from them first before I quote from anybody else. And according to the World Bank, in 2024, the GDP grew by 3.7%. It is anticipated in 2025, it will grow by 4.1%. That is the figures I will run with. And I think if that happens, based on circumstances, we are doing damn well. I withdraw, Madam President. I withdraw. Thank you very much, Madam President. And I will follow. Whenever, please guide me accordingly, so I will not go wrong. Madam President, we are doing well. Madam President, I remember there was some talk about making Grenada ungovernable. Well, you could only make Grenada ungovernable if you're always in the driver's seat. If anybody have the idea that when they live in, they're going to do whatever they think, they're going to make it ungovernable, they are making a fundamental mistake. Because this administration, Madam President, will govern with new ideas. So if anybody believes that we have to depend on what they left behind to survive and get oxygen, they're making a fundamental mistake. Because in 2022, the National Democratic Congress listened to the cry of the people. And you know what they said to us? They want new faces. They want young blood. They want new ideas. They want innovation. We listen. And we transform our party. So don't ever believe that we're going to meet the same old mechanism inside there and don't change it.
Thank you very much.
We're going to change it, Madam President. We are not only a new government, we have new ideas, new initiatives, new programs, and most of all, we have new and genuine friends throughout the world. I repeat, we have new and genuine friends throughout the world, Madam President. No conman and coming here and bamboozle us. No, Madam President. And hence the reason why we are talking about Project 500 and some people don't like to hear that. Hence the reason why we can talk about pension and gratuity. If anybody wants to make it ungovernable for you not to pay that, we find ways and means of finding $75 million and put it in the hands of public servants. Madam President, we find ways of means of establishing the contributory pension. It is here, and the workers accept it. Despite what people may have said about it, we are moving on. We are moving forward. And hence the reason why, Madam President, we're going to talk about Project Polaris. We're not afraid. Hence the reason why we're going to talk about the National Health Insurance, and we're going to bring it. Hence the reason why, Madam President, we have an incentive package for the medical professionals. Ungovernable. And we're doing all these things? Well, they can't tie us down. And they can't hold us. Hence the reason why, Madam President, the upgrading of the police officers will take place. They could say what they want. We're going to see a brand new police headquarters on the Carnage, Madam President. We're going to increase scholarships and education programs. Our pilot school bus project is on stream. Free tuition for Tom Sisi and Nulo. Free school lunches. And I can go on and on, Madam President, but I know time is against us. And all systems, whatever infrastructure that were deliberately installed to fail the incoming administration has failed, and it will fail, Madam President. This administration is moving forward with assistance locally, regionally, and internationally. Madam President, in concluding, let me see, as we bring this 2025 budget debate to a close, on behalf of the government, I stand before this honorable House with a deep sense of responsibility, optimism, and unwavering commitment to the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. Madam President, this budget is not just about numbers and allocations. It is about the lives we are improving, the opportunities we are creating, and the future we are building together. Madam President, we have done very well as a government, and I feel confident to take the liberty in saying that we have successfully persuaded and convinced others that we are on the right track. Our economic policies and programs, Madam President, are indeed transforming our beautiful country. What is happening in Grenada today is attracting regional and international attention. I say what is happening in Grenada today, Madam President, is attracting regional and international attention. Madam President, the people living in Grenada, Carriacou and Petite Martinique, and our brothers and sisters in the diaspora are quite satisfied and understanding. They are quite satisfied and understanding. And I'm using those words because you know why? I grew up in a community where your plate was full today and half full the day before. And sometimes empty. I never got angry at my parents because I understand when you have and when you don't have. And the ordinary Grenadian, they are quite satisfied and understanding. They know we can do more and we have to do more, but they will work with us until we reach the level where all can prosper. That is where the direction we are going, Madam President. Madam President, many businesses in the business community are today enjoying reasonable turnovers despite external shocks and internal challenges. I listened to the senator from the business community yesterday. That's why I could make such a statement. Madam President, the agriculture and fishing sectors have been well taken care of, and the assistance continues to flow with a momentum and alacrity. Knock the table for that. Senator. The creative industry, Madam President, has finally emerged under the Declan administration and is bubbling with a sense of purpose and with a distinct direction in terms of where we should go, Madam President. We have just brought this program in, and we are making high marks with it, Madam President. The hoteliers and other stakeholders in the tourism industry are now enjoying once the glorious day prior to COVID-19. Madam President, the construction sector is now crying out for materials and labor. The sector is definitely moving at an alarming speed that the hardwares and labor market cannot keep up with. Am I speaking the truth? I'm not saying anything that will indicate otherwise. Madam President, if this is not progress with the Congress, then what is? May God bless the progress with the Congress. Our teachers and academic institutions are working in unison. The students are enjoying free lunches, the abolition of school fees, improved teaching environments, quite a lot of schools under construction, Madam President, at this point in time as I speak, and many of them will commence in a few months. Our teachers are more relaxed than any other time in the entire career. Salaries deduction was paid, pension and gratuity paid, and pension and gratuity is now guaranteed for all public servants through the contributory pension scheme, Madam President. Our medical professionals are working with the government to create an atmosphere that is second to none in the OECS and wider Caribbean. And while we are working on Project Polaris, our medical professionals are enjoying the incentive packages. Madam President, that is that I can go on and on again, Madam President. But Madam President, from our own analysis, we have convinced and persuaded the vast majority of Grenadians, especially supporters of the other political party in Grenada. Not through transaction, but by our works, and we shall be judged. The only small bunch of people that we have a difficulty in convincing, Madam President, is the hierarchy of the New National Party. But we'll get there. We'll get there at some point in time. Madam President, over the past year, we have navigated global and domestic challenges with resilience. Despite external economic uncertainties and climate vulnerabilities, Grenada remains steadfast in its pursuit of sustainable development, financial stability, and social progress. The foundation we have laid through strategic investments, prudent fiscal management, and inclusive policies will set the stage for a stronger and more prosperous nation. Madam President, our government remains committed to responsible fiscal management, ensuring that every dollar spent is an investment in our people. By maintaining a disciplined approach to public finances, we have strengthened our economic resilience, allowing us to expand critical social programs, invest in infrastructure, and support local businesses. Madam President, economic growth is not just an abstract goal. It is a necessity for creating jobs, increasing incomes, and improving livelihoods. There is a reason why, Madam President, this administration is not hesitating to give annual salary increases. Because we have confidence that our economic policies encourage economic growth. Our focus on diversifying key sectors such as agriculture, tourism, the blue economy, renewable energy, and digital innovation will unlock our economic opportunities and strengthen our global competitiveness. Madam President, through public-private partnership and targeted investments, We will continue to foster an environment that supports entrepreneurship and attracts responsible investors who share our vision for sustainable development. We are not just seeking short-term gains. We are laying the foundation for a robust economy that benefits every citizen of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. Madam President, beyond economic growth, we recognize that our greatest asset is our people. Our policies and programs are designed to uplift every Grenadian, ensuring that no one is left behind. This budget, Madam President, reflects our commitment to education, health care, social welfare, and community development. By strengthening our education system, expanding skills training, and promoting innovations, we are equipping our youth with the tools to strive in an ever-changing world. We are also prioritizing healthcare reform to improve access to quality and medical services, enhance hospital facilities, and provide greater support for our medical professionals. Madam President, our investment in affordable housing, public safety, and poverty reduction programs will further enhance the quality of life of all citizens. A society's true progress is measured not just by its economic indicators, but by the well-being of its people. Madam President, that is why we remain dedicated to policies that empower the vulnerable, protect the elderly, and create pathway for our Grenadian to achieve the full potential. Madam President, the success of this budget, and more importantly, the success of our nation, does not rest solely on the shoulders of the government. It requires the collective effort of every Grenadian, our business community, civil society, public servants, entrepreneurs, farmers, students, and very important, our brothers and sisters in the diaspora. Let this budget, Madam President, serve as a call to action. Let us put aside differences and work together for the common good. Let us embrace the spirit of resilience and determination that has always defined us as a people. We are stronger when we work as one, when we lift each other up, and when we commit ourselves to the shared vision of a prosperous Grenada. In closing, Madam President, let us reaffirm our dedication to a nation where every citizen has the opportunity to strive, where innovation and creativity drive our progress, and where social and economic justice remain at the heart of our policies. Madam President, as we move forward in 2025 and beyond, let us do so with confidence, purpose, and unity. Together, we will build a Grenada that is more resilient, more dynamic, and more inclusive. A nation that not only withstands challenges, but emerges stronger from them. Madam President, may God bless our progress with the Congress. May we continue to rise as one people, one nation, one destiny, one future. It's a blessing. I thank you very much. May God bless you.
I thank you, Senator Adrian Thomas, for your closing statement on the debate of the motion on the table. And now now that the debate has closed, I will entertain a motion. Yes, I have it. Thank you. Everybody's here? Right. Honorable Senators, the resolution for the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the fiscal year 1st January 2025 to 31st December 2025. Whereas it is necessary to provide for the services of the State of Grenada for the year 2025 by means of an Appropriation Act, be it resolved that the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the fiscal year, the 1st of January to the 31st of December 2025, be approved. All those in agreement say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is approved.
Item 15, bills.
Message from the House of Representatives to the President and other members of the Senate. Madam President and other members of the Senate, the House of Representatives at its sitting on Tuesday, 11th February 2025, concurred with the amendments made by the Senate at the sitting on Tuesday, 4th February 2025, to the bills for acts shortly entitled Water Resources Management and Regulation Bill 2025, National Water and Sewage Amendment Bill 2025, Public Utilities Regulatory Commission Amendment Bill, and Public Utilities Regulatory Commission Amendment Bill 2025.
Thank you, Clerk. Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, the Senate concurs and accepts those amendments.
I thank you. Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg for the first reading of the bill for an act shortly entitled Appropriation Bill 2025.
The bill seeks to make provisions for the appropriation of a sum not exceeding $1,912,872,014 Eastern Caribbean dollars to the service of the State of Grenada for the period January 1st to December 31st, 2025, shortly entitled Appropriation 2025 Bill 2025.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move that the relevant standing orders of the Senate be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all its stages at this sitting.
Honorable members, the question is that the relevant standing orders of the Senate be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all its stages at this sitting. All those in favor say aye, and all those of the contrary opinion say nay. Ayes have it. Business.
Madam President, I beg to move the second reading of the bill and advise that I have the Speaker's certificate to proceed.
Honorable members, the question proposed is that the bill be read a second time. Honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a second time. There is a request for the floor. Senator Sinclair.
Yeah, Madam President, I wish to just make a few comments, please, on this, the schedule in particular before us. Notwithstanding the various presentations on the motion itself, I want, for the records, notwithstanding the issue of alacrity, which has different intensities, we want to make some special appeal in 3 specific areas regarding the table, the schedule, which I spoke on before, but I want to deal specifically with the numbers in the table. So, for example, we spoke of some direct support in the issue of animal feed, such that we could be able to make the price of our local poultry more affordable. In fact, as I spoke on the reports in the medium-term review and focus from the Ministry of Finance, that was an area that was specifically highlighted to reduce our whole cost of import, which is almost about $50 million for poultry. It's sad when we have a situation like that, and we seem to have our hands tied behind our back. I wouldn't say that we are sleeping, because we are fully aware and we are eating chicken eating. If chicken wasn't eating, I would say we are sleeping. We are eating chicken. The question is, if we cannot address it legislatively, as my good friend, leader of government business say, we cannot afford for the grass to continue to grow. And sooner or later, I wouldn't say horses, but the people of this nation would be having a very expensive source of protein. Eventually, my good friend in labor will start crying because the cost of living will start rising and he will want more money for his workers. I believe that when I do the maths at $50 million, an intervention as a first start of $2.5 million to intervene to reduce the cost of our poultry. And this can reduce the finished product to our consumers by the commercial producers of poultry, not the backyard person with 2 chickens in a home, the commercial persons, through arrangements with our good friends in the private sector who knows how to manage things and establish connections and knowing when things are going to happen and when the market's going to be. And also with our good friends in the tourism sector, which should know, well, we don't need to import eggs and all of those things because we can get it affordable. I think that we can be able to measure this at the end of the day and see how that $2.5 million specific for feed intervention can help us. So this is something I want us to look at to increase the agriculture budget. I know my good friend and the leader of government business say we can swing money around. My good friend, Minister for Education, said the budget is a guide. And so if it's a guide, and if we can swing things around, I know that there is opportunities, as you say, Madam President, for partnership and finding some solution to this burning matter. Something could be done. I don't think we will come back here next year and see a similar report from the Ministry of Finance on that. The other area also in agriculture, and it doesn't matter if we put it on agriculture, whether we put it on infrastructure, the issue of the farm roads. I spoke specifically that we had $1 million in 2024 allocated, with spending only about $300 and something thousand. Of course, when I go and I look at the infrastructure budget, there was also somewhere in the region of $7 million for farm roads. And farm roads, Madam President, generally are unpaved dirt road for easy access to farms. It's not what they call feeder roads, which are secondary roads that make connections to main roads and so on. That's a different type of road. And so we believe that if we had 7 million and we spent 2 million, and we had 1 million and we spent 300 and something thousand, at least allocating $2 million and target. We had 500 houses, 1 scholarship per house for new persons having scholarships. If we do at least 2 roads per constituency, out of this $2 million, farm roads, I think this is also a new target that can be transformational and give people hope in this country. I want to go further. So in that regard, we're speaking about $4.5 million increase, guide, reallocation to address some key factors in agriculture. 1, the feed for animal and protein. 2, for access to our farms such that we can able to ensure food security for this place. And the last intervention, Madam President, there are 2 more. The major next one has to do with the support for the export for fish and fresh produce. In fact, that was one of the targets in the budget of increasing fish exports. But I know that fish exports, a major challenge has to do with shipping, which is a big issue, airlift out of this country. Because our fish, the value of our fish, an interesting thing, Madam President, 2 of our major fresh fish and soursop, they have to be fresh. Fresh soursop, we are the only country in the world that could ship fresh soursop to the US. Not frozen, not pulp, because you get competition. And in terms of fish, it has to be fresh, not frozen. And this is for education of the public. So the fresher you keep it, it arrives better and you get more value for your money. And so investing $2 million, and not that you're going to spend $2 million to buy a plane or something like that, but it used as some sort of support in the cases, for example, when we have high fish time or high soursop time, how can we support some charters or some other thing? Because while we boast about tourism and all the persons coming on the airlines, these airlines, 90% of them don't take freight. They take passenger load, and that is a priority. The cargo is secondary. And whilst, yes, we have AmeriJet, for example, sometimes when you need it, it's challenging, and so our farmers lose a lot of money. But the fisher folks, sometimes you see fish selling for very cheap. You say, how come it's cheap so? Because maybe a shipment didn't go. We may say, oh, well, let's do agro-processing. Agro-processing should not be a strategy for failure. It should be a strategy for growth. And so that's a different discussion to go agro-processing. It means that we can double our whole production if we want to do that. So I specifically look at this to assist the fisher and the soursop folks. $2 million, which can go either under agriculture, it can go under aviation, wherever it wants to be appropriated. We believe that that's another addition we can look at. And the last one, which shouldn't cost more than $500, and I couldn't find the notes of that question, the whole issue of the membership in the World Meteorological Organization. We seem to be slipping on this one, because every day we speak about climate change and climate resilience and so on, and to improve the capacity of our international airport and that whole infrastructure in terms of air traffic control, because you need to understand the weather for air traffic control. We don't want planes to be crashing and bouncing one another because we don't know what the weather is, and all of those things fit in one. And so this is a special appeal that we should look at, and I know you may not need a lot of money for this, to support membership in the World Meteorological Organization. So these are my 4 specific matters I want to share with the government side to not lose sight of in this deliberation. I thank you.